14 Mahjong music, but I think it's just Kugane's theme.
And the button is pressed.
No, I think it's just a golden saucer minigame. Yeah. Welcome back to the next episode of Exalted Dragonblood campaign. Last time a whole lot of stuff happened, actually. Like a whole lot of stuff. Downtime occurred. Many things happened. Mugs were made. Wizards were visited. Names were given in questionable amounts of wisdom. Family was contacted.
Hey, it was a good name.
Yes. No, not your names.
Your name was good.
Your name was
personal information to a sorceress unprompted.
Yes. Spells were learned. Many assassination attempts failed. Much was learned in that process.
You'll get there.
And
no, you won't.
The mystery of Boat was finally partially uncovered. Turns out Boat's alive. Boat is a living thing with its own essence flowing through it. It is an artifact that can think because it is connected to an entire goddamn First Age manse under a waterfall that Obsidian Shield just never found all that interesting or relevant to talk about. He just thought it was like, yeah, this is all right. This is pretty cool. So speaking of which, I mentioned last week that I did not have a map.
Not living thing. Boat is thinking thing.
Yes.
Boat is decidedly non-meat.
Boat is non-meat, and I have made a sketched out map of roughly the manse. So you can look around and visualize what I was discussing. I slightly changed where some of the things were from my verbal descriptions once I revisualized it in my head. So, let's see, yeah, the standing pools, the rooms off to the sides, old man on the boat, other things, just kind of a general idea of the layout for easier visualization.
Yes, housing.
Mm-hmm. So, as discussed, one of the first things that was wanting to be opened was that during the night that, the first night that they would stay at this manse, Obsidian Shield and Yang would be playing a game of Mahjong with each other and having a discussion.
Brother Repose.
Repose. My mistake.
You would find Repose in the process
Yang would probably be around.
Yang can play if he wants.
Repose was getting ready to stay up all night, rambling, eventually wandering to just kind of conducting a wake, the thousands of years after the fact for the maker of this house. Let the house mourn the passing of its architect.
Mm-hmm.
As
and
you
while Absolute Repose is doing that, eventually, when sitting at a table, Obsidian would just come down with a case, slam it on the table. Case is full of Mahjong tiles. It just says, "The want to know about demons and ghosts and all that dumb shit."
Repose is like, quieted down the preaching as more people have actually settled in and gone to sleep. So at this point, he's just kind of quietly muttering along, looking at as much at the building as at his own reflection in the now very well polished walls. Just, you're a good house, a good boat. What's important is, though they are not here with you, you carry their image in their memory. They will be proud of you. They'll be remembered through you.
The general background feeling of the manse has settled into just kind of a warm acceptance and joy at new life within it. And it does not seem to either have the energy after the outburst or is just content more speaking through emotional impulses again. So you just get the sense that it is very glad that you are here and what you have done for it.
Yeah, it seems like enough. You'll just kind of trail off and then shuffle over to where people are congregating.
probably like right around in the entry hall. If all like the 24 odd crew are in the living quarters or on the ship. Old man perched atop the mast until no further notice.
Hanging out by the topsail mainly.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it would just be. Where do you even start with the questions? Just like, I guess asking like the basics of what a Yozi was already explained, but I guess just like asking, has anybody ever killed a Yozi? Gotten rid of one?
Yes, once.
Once?
It should not be done again.
So that's a bad thing to do.
That is under a subject of immense contention.
Well,
that's a great question to open on, really. Just the biggest. Can you do that? Well,
can we kill Titans? Yes. Should we kill Titans?
Well, what happened when that occurred?
You know, all the unpleasantness.
It's difficult to say.
I'm just gonna switch music tracks for this topic.
Just an aggressive tile being placed down. I mean, enlighten me in one way or another. I have no clue, and you're sort of dancing around the subject.
That is itself the nature of the problem. What they were has been taken from the world. Whatever they brought to the world is now no longer of it. How should I describe a thing that is no longer written into the world under our feet or the heavens above?
Obsidian would kind of like rub his chin and just say, "We may need to go a question back here. I might not have an entire understanding of what a Yozi is in and of itself. I just figured be a lack for a better term to refer to it as just a demon, a monster, but more so. But it seems that they have a lot more holding on to the world than I thought."
Alright, I feel like I actually should throw down a pile of dice on my own part. I feel like I can...
Yeah, this is deep abstract shit. Like, your cult would probably know some of the most in this part of creation, but this is still very foggy information.
Alright, let's have a think about how much in-character information Repose has. 5 on and off the top into cult check.
You know the Cliff's Notes of the Primordial War. Like, you know that there were original first movers that made everything in this world, and they're dead or in prison.
I could state with confidence the very rude and illegal thing to point out that Gaia, the sum of all the elements and nature and the dragons, is kin to what the Yozi once were.
An extremely thing you don't talk about. Yeah.
It is very rude to mention.
Again,
there's some flavor of isolation. Alright, so without saying out loud the bad part that should not be mentioned, I will just, for just the sake of an entirely arbitrary metaphor, what would creation be like if we dropped to 4 elements from 5? If we just removed Earth entirely from the world, what would that even look like?
I'm saying
a
sort
closed
of
cycle of water, air, fire,
then,
wood.
Yeah, I'm saying he just sort of opens his mouth and just nothing, like, he doesn't know how to answer that question. It's, as you are expressing, it's kind of an unknowable answer.
Exactly. I would think Obsidian would kind of get like, oh, yeah, that's the idea.
So, kind of scratches his head. So, even though the Yozi are kind of, to use your terms, anathema to all of our existence, they're also the building blocks of our world.
They left their mark on creation when it was sung, written. There are many verbs one could apply to how the world came about.
But they don't exist in our plane.
They're outside the environment.
Sort of fumbles over his words. But, like, you shouldn't run it. Like, if they're all the various forms of existence, there has to be thousands of them. Right?
Many possible worlds could have been made other than our own, but do you want to gamble on whether the next one would be greater or lesser than what we inherited?
I guess what I'm trying to say is they have to live in another place adjacent. Like, they can't just be on sort of the same way of the elves, as you've explained it. They sort of lived somewhere else and came to our plane, and that's when the problems happen.
They were taken outside the environment. They were placed out. They were towed outside the environment after their defeat. They did surrender. They yielded. Yet there are some aspects of them that remain beyond their prison. Through that, they still have some say in the world. Trying to think about it more. All right. Take out some paper and just sketch out some shapes. Like get out a compass and a straight edge and put together a nice geometric diagram with some polygons.
Hang on one moment.
Lines and angles and what have you.
Yep. Welcome to the sketchboard dimension, where you can actually do that.
I don't have a specific one in mind, just mostly putting out some geometries, just off the top of his head, because in part of thinking about architecture, Repose has intuited a bunch of geometric facts.
Okay.
Where in nature will you find any of these lines? Go out into the environment, into the woods, go up the tallest mountains, go into the depths of the sea. Where will you find a square? Never mind that one time recently we found a square. That was unusual.
Except for the time we found us, don't think about that.
Nature didn't do that.
Repose can just kind of feel this emotional spike of at the back of his head.
I have an answer to this that would be extremely the Obsidian answer. Just
say it.
Okay, but what about bismuth?
We don't talk about bismuth. What about bismuth?
Repose just rips up the diagram.
You get close enough to bismuth and you will find that it is slightly rounded. That's not real lines. That's not angles.
Okay, I kind of get what you're saying, but so they exist as part of our world but aren't in it normally unless gestures in the direction of don't wherever it would be. Somebody makes it so.
Yes.
So how do we undo? How do we send it back?
That is something I've been grappling with myself.
Because it seems like somebody takes a drink mid-sentence. Somebody a long time ago decided that these things were a problem and made them not be here for what seems like the better of the world. And then whenever they come back here, they decide to mess everything up again.
Hello.
At that, I think Yang is going to burst through the door with a map in his hands. Gang. Gang, 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 gang.
Yang?
Gang?
Yang?
Gang.
Yang? Yang?
Gang?
Yang? Yang?
Gang?
What?
Yang?
I went on a walk and I found some problems to solve.
Problems?
Problems.
Problems?
Okay, check this out. And I unfurl the map.
Okay.
Okay,
What are we
so
looking at?
actually, can you bring up the map?
One moment. Old man is also doing something at the moment.
Old man.
Old man hops down next to there and goes ahead and just hands Absolute Repose this.
Is that a cube?
Sometimes rocks as cubes.
That with the pog right there, just sometimes rocks as cubes.
No.
I'm on my way.
That's just pyrite. Sometimes rocks as cubes. It just happens.
Crush this dumbass angle rock. This is how it's happening.
This
Open
one
your
is
palm
2
up and
cubes.
Where'd you
open
get-
your
where'd
palm
you
back
get
up and it's
pyrite?
many
See,
times
that's not
cubed.
a cube. It's 2 cubes. That's different.
But I could remove the cube. I could remove 1 cube from the other, and it would be a perfect cube.
No, you couldn't, because then you would have a cube and then whatever.
You'd have a
What
cube
is-
with a cube-shaped hole in it.
I come over to the table where mahjong's happening, and I'm
A
about to
cube
like
minus
sweep
a
everything.
cube.
While this
not two
heated cube
cubes.
discussion is going on.
I'm about to like arms akimbo sweep the mahjong table off and to put a map down there, but then I realize they're playing mahjong, so I'm just like, And I grab a table closer and then sweep that off and put the map on it.
Alright, we will briefly be going over to the 100 Kingdoms, for Yang has things to show.
Okay. See this fucking religious whatever the hell over here? This thing? The Jade Orchid Prefecture?
Alright, yes, that.
All right.
One
What the
moment.
fuck's up with that one town out there outside? What's up with that? Huh? That's pretty weird, isn't it?
Wait, somebody ping the map so I can.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, hold up. Oh, I zoomed out way too far.
It's in the east.
It's in the east.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, the
And I
green
pinged it
patch.
Mhm.
That's pretty weird, right?
You mean this one?
That is
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
It's an entire period of fertile area, and there's one town that's not in the politics line.
Is it haunted? What's up with that? Why wouldn't they
Who
subjugate
is
that?
there? Who dies there?
Also, I heard there's some caves somewhere that eats people. That sounds pretty fun. Or we can go to Geyser Hell because there's just some people camping out in Geyser Hell. I think it's over here.
These caves.
Yeah.
Over where are you calling Geyser Hill?
The red.
Zoom over to the lake and you'll see the ping.
Yeah. Oh, I have an idea.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, the green near. Okay.
Mhm.
Mm.
There's also like a cave system over here-ish somewhere apparently that I think it eats people. That might be fun to figure out.
That's unsettling.
I know, right? Shouldn't it be fun?
Caves
Sort of-
usually don't eat. Things in caves eat.
That is not where the cave system is. That was closer to Fallen River Valley.
That was it.
Yeah, it's alright.
Oh. Hold on,
You
where's
can
Fallen
you can
River
leave
Valley?
notes about it.
Ah, here it is. I'll just draw circles.
Yeah. just leave. Yeah, you can doodle on the map yourself. So
yeah, you can do it on the map and in your own handwriting. That was kind of the idea.
Okay, so yeah, I just got 3 things circled. Like, okay, check out. We got adventures. I did some scouting after the bear incident. I want to get stronger. We should get stronger so we can kick God's ass.
Excuse no.
I mean, kick something else's. You know what I mean. We got to kick someone's ass.
No. I like that first idea. Let's kick God's ass.
You know, if you have questions about any of these areas, we do have Koi.
Which god and which ass?
I don't know. Whichever one deserves it.
Which immaculately sculpted ass?
Whichever is the biggest and the most of a turd. Doesn't matter.
Jeff, which one?
Let's kick Jeff's ass.
I keep asking you to specify, and you make the list longer.
We'll start with whoever's closest, and then kick their ass.
But what if they don't deserve it?
Well, then we'll move on to the one closest to that, and then kick their ass, and then keep going down until every ass is kicked.
Getting a weird sense of deja vu on this.
Are you sure you want a priest gang?
It does sound awfully immaculate of you over there. Yeah.
Don't worry about it. So, we gonna go solve some mysteries or what? Come on, gang. Come on. You're my hearth, aren't you? Let's go solve a mystery or 2 or 3. Come on.
I could solve a mystery.
We could get some information about those mysteries from Koi. We do have, and I pull out the bird's like little cage, a way to contact her, and she lives nearby some of those locations.
Oh yeah, good idea.
I lean into brother and I go, is this weird to you too?
In which way?
Good point.
Yang is being Yang. Angler is there.
Thanks.
That just means you're the adult in the room. Be proud of it.
Angler quietly reflects on the horror of realizing he is the only adult in the room.
It's like I have kids a second set of kids. It's great.
Great.
Just to switch back over to the manse.
Look, you only get to experience this. You are only alone when you are in the presence of, drunken, sleep-deprived repose.
It seems an awful lot like you took an opportunity to ignore the cubic rocks that I just deposited into your hand. Or if you already crushed those. I'm not entirely sure.
They have been crushed.
Oh, okay. I understand.
The powder is not cubes.
They've been crushed into tiny cubes.
Listen, I'm going to go ahead and
difficulty 15 awareness check to notice that the powder is tiny cubes.
I'm going to go ahead and show you. Look very closely at some salt.
Which is the work of tiny demons. The Emerald Mother would never make a rock a cube.
They form so many other shapes. Sure why is cube anathema?
Not sure why the stream map hasn't updated. Did I do Roll20 wrong? Is everybody else seeing the manse?
I am seeing a tiny portion of the world map.
I see.
You probably need to refresh.
Okay, now, yes. Now
it was you who rang the bell of awakening.
I'm just saying, it's very bizarre that cube is the sign of the Fae when that is a very, very regular shape.
I think he means like an extra-dimensional shape instead of a mundane shape, but for the sake of Obsidian, wait, you know exactly what he means. You're just being a shit.
Yes.
And sober repose would know not to indulge, old man, when he keeps going on about the cube in bad faith.
He's just messing with you about cubes. That's all it is. Oh, what's up? I'm Shape Boss.
Also, Repose has a cult and crafting background. He's still missing lore as the third pillar of, general wizard architecture skill set. Repose is not actually good at, analytic math right now.
I know.
He just has, an artisan's understanding of how shapes fit together.
But anyway, the one final question Obsidian would have for Repose is, if you were to take Yozi and banish it back to whatever realm Yozis are existing in right now, would that cause problems?
No more than we already experienced. That is how we've reached where we are today.
Okay.
If we could throw
You may
Rat, which
reroll
currently
all
resides in the swamp, back into hell, that would restore more of the world's peace than it would disrupt it.
Understood.
Do so would entail the usual method is simply an immense quantity of violence. If we had command of a few legions, then perhaps we could simply invade and be rid of it by force.
Before leaving the room, Obsidian would say to Spanner, this Koi, you said she was a very powerful wizard?
Yes,
I'd like to send her a message.
absolutely.
All right.
I have the message from the older gentleman, our elder. Actually, hold on a sec. What is your name? I've never asked, and I've got to the point where I just felt embarrassed about it, but eventually you just need to stop worrying about that and just ask.
Just to Griffin McElroy, at this point, I'm too afraid to ask.
Okay, did you just direct? I genuinely was not. Did you just direct that at me?
Yes.
Okay, so the thing is, like, the moment you start asking, like, what is your name again? Most people would probably have acknowledged the question at some point, but it is just completely blunted off of him. Like, he has not actually considered the possibility of you or anyone asking about his name. It's an awful lot like he just didn't hear you.
Obsidian would follow up, yeah, what is your name?
looking directly at old man, who is directly next to him.
Elder, what is your name?
Excuse me?
What is your name?
I cast away my name about 60 years ago.
Okay. Do you have anything you would like to refer to you as, say for your apprentice? I'm referring to you as Shifu. Shifu?
Sifu or Shifu or both. It depends on whether or not you are speaking Cantonese or Mandarin, I'm pretty sure.
Fair.
Teacher, doctor, boss,
teacher, yeah.
Brinkman, coach.
Old man just gives you an enormous shrug and literally does not care.
Okay. Just gonna change tracks, but they sent. He sent a message. If you have any other messages, I'll just put it all on the bird's ankle, and he'll send it on its way when we're out of this place.
I will. It would be in a sealed envelope when he hands it to you, so I'll just let Darren know what the message is.
Cool. Yeah, no, if anybody wants to be sneaky about this, my DMs are open.
Give me a second. Was it 60 years ago? Let me give you a more accurate answer if it was not, in fact, 60 years ago. I'm looking at it right now. Don't worry about it.
My brother, I will give voice to my regrets that I cannot better satiate your inquiries on the subject. Hell is the enemy of the world, which I am less acquainted with.
Alright, I'd assume this would be charisma linguistics. I'm making this roll to see how well worded I make this message.
Sure. Yeah, that would be absolutely a roll to, well, basically arguing via emotion rather than logic.
By the way, I have a 3 in linguistics.
Yeah, no, 4
That's it?
successes is damn respectful.
Apologies, I overstated. It was 40 years ago.
I believe you either way.
And so Repose also has a message to throw together for Koi. It's unrelated to the current subject of discussion. It's something that will occur to him, in the morning. So he's going to put together a little bit of Old Realm verse that So to not need to go into the substance of it, but instead describe the idea here, it's a genre of poetry that if you just try to read people's writings about how it works from later on, it sounds like it's complete nonsense. Because all of these later authors overlook the essence of what it is about. It is primarily a visual form of poetry where you assemble very clean, elegant word art out of your glyphs. And it's just that the grammar that you use to accomplish that changes depending on what era and what dialect you're operating from. So people write about the rules for how it is spoken at the time, rather than how it is written, which is what matters. So Repose is putting together some visual poetry.
All right.
Where, so the writing is, he's setting up kind of like a a Tai Chi emblem of light and darkness, darkness and light. On the one side, you have a bunch of pleasant terms wrapping around a point of chaos, and on the other, you have a bunch of turmoil and discord wrapping around a point of hope. And then around this, he wraps something that's vaguely evocative of the Wall of Swords that Koi set up around Iron Dust. The intended message to be read out of this is, alright, I like what you did, but what if, given the chance, wouldn't we rather go in there and solve this permanently? We would be better off in the long run if, given the right opportunity, we go punch the largest elf we can find, square in the jaw, and just deal with this.
This is a 3-die stunt. That is, I really love the idea and the elaboration behind it.
Alright, throwing some linguistics at yes.
Yeah,
so no! Very understood and very strongly express the point of, hey.
You could frame this in a museum of art just for how good it looks, and also no one is not going to get this message.
I have made the broader idea very understandable, as long as you are actually Old Realm literate.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So, that is... Milan and Yang, would you have any questions to ask of Koi?
Not particularly.
Yang?
Sana appears to be muted. He might have stepped away for a moment.
Also, the poem is decidedly not square, it is rounded. Nature is curved.
Sorry, I was taking a piss.
Okay.
I was going to ask if you had any messages or questions to send to Koi about anything in the region.
Nah.
I have penned my letter and handed it to Spanner.
Even though I have not received information from Yang about it, I will ask about all the things that Yang brought up, just because I'm curious.
Yeah, okay. So, like, just general questions about the 3 spots. And I'm assuming, because this was the initial thing she gave you the bird for, questions about Plague Zone.
Absolutely. I don't remember. I don't think I brought it up to the crew last week, but I'm assuming that I would have at least mentioned it.
This is probably something that, if not during the downtime, it could be mentioned now, yes. But
actually, I have an idea that I can send.
Mm-hmm.
Just a simple letter of introduction, as they are a major person in the area.
Okay, and would you like...
knowing that they are a sorcerer, I don't give my true name.
All right.
So what do you give?
Yeah, what would you give? Because you go by your true name.
Yeah, what's your title name?
Oh, you need a fake name. Oh, I have one. Baguette.
Baguette? Alright, so
I would give my title and my family name.
Call yourself Rigatoni.
Yeah, like a bag, but smaller. A baguette.
That's how I shall sign it. I'll introduce myself as Minister of Transportation of House Beneath, and it'll be signed as Baguette.
No, Baguette.
Baguette.
There you go.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Trailing note on the poem. Built into there also, it's decidedly not modern grammar that he is employing.
Mm-hmm.
You would look at this, think about it, and as long as you had the right context, you'd also be like, Old South, late Shogunate.
You know,
Okay.
there's nothing important sorcerously or mystically of spheres around us.
You would think that.
The circle is not actually important, believe it or not. The circle is used as a term, but it can be in basically any shape. If you want, you can make it a hexagon. There's nothing stopping you.
The sphere has no place in nature.
The fuck is a hexagon?
It's like a triangle, but there's 6 of them.
That's opulent.
It sure is. I would never. I settle for a simple triangle. If I could settle for less sides, that would be great, but it's actually impossible to create one with less sides.
I'm assuming Old Man has tried at great length to find one-dimensional summoning circles.
The point that Repose was trying to work towards of like the hierarchy being a high concept that's inseparable from the world, completely vanished into Old Man's pedantry about naturally occurring cubes.
Yes.
And then arguing that spheres are bullshit when there's
I meant
a lot
to
of
say
fuck
circles.
real-
I meant to say circles because spheres are important.
Ah, someone's trying to further their understanding of the world. Time to fuck with them.
Time to lay some landmines.
All right.
But yeah, no, the thing is that I actually meant to say circles rather than spheres.
Mhm.
Because again, spheres actually are important. That's a thing.
I guess for each of the 3 things, I'd just be like, hey, what's up with this weird cancer town that no one wants to talk about? Why do people go in these caves and never come out? Who are these people living in Geyser Hill?
All right.
It's probably
that is-
ants. It's always
It's probably
ants.
It's
You go
always
far
ants.
enough down, you hit ants.
Darkness and/or ants.
I know that a couple people aren't giving the full information of what they're sending out, and that's fine, but I would ask that if anyone has carefully hidden information, do not mention this place at all. This place we are currently at.
where are we gonna put on the return address?
This bird can find me.
So they do know where it is.
They know where I am, but they don't know what is here. And by it just means that the bird can magically find me.
The bird's not gonna spell like juice once he comes out of the source pool, is he?
We can clean the bird off as soon as we get outside.
The
Okay.
bird looks to be a rather dim-witted sort. It doesn't seem like the sort that would snitch.
You know what? Read intentions on the bird.
Yeah, read intentions on the
Go
bird.
the fuck ahead.
Takes their entire capacity of being to remember that they have homes. So they
Yeah.
can return to their
This
homes.
bird on the level.
This bird is literally just a goddamn bird that is being pulled around by magic co-opting its natural sense of navigation.
It's just
There
a
is
pigeon.
no. It's just a fucking pigeon.
It doesn't have GPS though. Doesn't remember its location
No.
too.
The worst case scenario you can think of is if somebody could read the mind of an animal and get memories of where it's been. And pigeon memories are probably not really detailed enough to really get you a good map of this place. This place to a pigeon is just weird shiny place without food.
Okay.
Seeds.
What if we blindfold the pigeon and then let it out?
No.
Even this strange, tiny, stupid animal cannot forget the importance of hearth and home. Repose just kind of straightens up a moment. I should go home. Then he falls down and passes out, just in place. That is the end of his night.
How much did he drink?
Hang on.
How heavy is Repose?
Rolling a comedy die. Repose lands face first into the bait pool.
Interesting.
I will pull Repose out of said beep pool.
I have a stretcher ready for you to put him on, and I'm gonna tuck him in.
He doesn't have any moments where he's like drowning or has a lack of air, but the psychic connection water gets pretty up in the sinuses, and the general background impression of the man's gets a lot louder for a few seconds.
Is that good?
He's fine.
You know
How's
very
Scott
well
drunk?
it's amazing.
Yeah, it's all right.
Old man's gonna look at the game that was happening between Obsidian and Repose, and did it finish?
Did it?
You look at Obsidian's hand. You look at Repose's hand, and it's just a mess of tiles. You look at Obsidian's hand, and it's like 2 tiles away from 4 pairs of 3, and
hold
then
on,
like a pair.
Let's throw dice here. You roll war, and I will just try to roll brain at you.
Okay.
Yes!
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, no.
Botched!
Repose did not pay attention when you explained any of the rules, and just kind of drew tiles and put them back on the ground out of obligation.
All right, and I will roll war plus wits.
Yeah.
You crush him utterly.
Yeah, you again. You look at Obsidian's hands. There's 3 pairs of 3, 2 wins correlating to his side, and then another pair. It was very clear that he was about to win.
You probably turned down a bunch of opportunities to win sooner, because it would just feel rude.
Deliberately
What?
turned down a couple of Yakuman. Anyway, if the whole crew would be at this point either asleep or meditating or otherwise filling in the rest of the night.
I have one last thing real quick, and I'd grab Vinny for this one. And also Yang if they would help out. I have already sampled multiple pools, and I don't want to do too much because it might do something to me. But I'm really curious what these last 2 pools do.
Vague sputtering gasp from the floor where Repose is experiencing things.
Sure.
Repose in his drunken, half-asleep stupor is halfway to believing that he currently is the building. He's forgotten which body is his.
I don't feel like drowning today. This one's all you two.
I didn't say drown. I was going to say drink a sip. You know what? Fine. Whatever.
Nope. I got this good kush. I mean, play it.
I'll take Journey.
I am village.
Repose's village? How can this be?
All right, so let me pull on. Both people, anybody who's drinking the pools is doing a stamina integrity roll.
Yeah.
I mean, I could probably pass that pretty easily. So, well,
2.
Oh boy.
Okay, so as you take a sip, your brain is flooded with information that is very difficult to understand. Number one, because it's in a language that you don't understand in the slightest, because this time oral verbal language is very important. It is a lot of like sounds of people talking and interactions. And which pool are you drinking from, Nibby?
whichever one they are drinking from.
There's only 2 left that haven't been
Yeah.
drunk from, so I'm
Blonde
taking the
is
bottom
getting
left
this
one.
and Angler is getting this one.
I drink from the same one Vinif is drinking from.
Okay. But Angler is convinced, not quite. Well,
It's okay. Lay it on me. It's fine.
it's more. I'm thinking of how to phrase this. Is because you don't know what you are getting, but you are certain that if the information came up, you would be able to leverage it. In effect, this specialty is in the politics of whatever society these two people came from.
But I have enough bureaucracy in my background, I would roughly be able to understand that concept.
Yes. This is dealing with whatever political ruling body or their cultural maneuver. You can recognize bureaucracy when you hear it, even if you don't understand a word that it's saying.
Parliament!
This is a specialty out of character in, like, the solar deliberatives politics.
Oh, it's the exact same. It still sucks. Great.
They also lived in a society, damn it!
Mm-hmm. Meanwhile, the pull towards the mural of journeys is a lot easier to understand. It is flashes of landscapes. Many, many, many landscapes that are much more fantastical than ones that you would see these days, as you can see visions of giant white pillars of jade being planted into the ground by immense work groups that are literally shoving a tide of mutable landscape forward against them. And you get a specialty in just local geography for lore.
Okay.
Obsidian Shield actually recognizes multiple locations, but of a state that it is clear that it is literally thousands of years earlier in terms of erosion and like river paths and stuff like that. Like, you know several places these two went, but it's ancient.
Oh man, we gotta go there. Did you see that? We gotta go there.
I apparently can't have a temporary specialty in lore because I have no points in lore.
I will allow you to have a temporary unless the sheet is saying you can't.
The sheet, like, specifically does not let me put it in.
Whatever.
I just haven't been marking them down because they've been temporary.
How long are they?
It's a 24-hour thing.
Yeah, okay, then I'm not going to bother putting this down.
Yeah, all right. I mean, I mark down my like friend of the people ones because those literally last until I say no.
Yeah, these are more something that you would use as to get a free specialty while you're here doing research kind of idea.
Okay, and then the very last thing, I was going to ask Repose, but Repose is, and yeah. Vineeth, you might know this because out of all of us, I think you've studied the written history, accepted history the most. Do you know of any other things like this place?
Sure, I can throw a roll at that.
Mm-hmm.
That would be lore intelligence.
Yeah.
Are there ones attuned to different elements? Because this place feels amazing.
Give me one sec.
It's like I'm home, or like when I first... It's just something.
Yeah, 4 successes.
There are elementally aspected manses all over creation. Ones of this power are rare, but not unheard of. Ones of this power that have been developed this much, first you've heard of this. Any of the other ones would be in Imperial hands in a death grip, or other local powers that can sufficiently back the realm off from claiming them. So a manse of this power, of this size, of this development, and this history that is not in a gigantic political control death grip is... You could probably guess that there's a number of these that you can count on one, maybe 2 hands in all of creation.
If anyone back home on the Isles, or even Prasad, heard about this, this could spark a war.
If anybody locally heard about this, this could spark war.
Hell yeah.
So, just to make sure I've got this right, we're sitting on something that could start
We've heard of this. We should start a war, says Propose's mind from somewhere in the depths of the building.
The building
unintelligible to anyone
kind of
else.
bubbles his voice up from his subconscious voice just kind of bubbles up from the pool next to him.
We get the general instinction of, yeah, let's have a war.
Just fighting bubbles from one of the pools.
I think we should
Start a
Okay.
war.
pause and look at the start of the war thing, and then no, I think actually we should be taking care of that plague quickly, because if we don't, someone else will start a I'm blanking. Crusade? Crusade is it great?
Wild hunt.
Wild hunt, thank you. We'll start a wild hunt, and I'm sure the people who want to cover up past problems with people in the swamp will take that as an excuse to go sweep out the swamp too. So we need to take care of it now.
Fewer eyes on this area is better. So yeah, I agree.
Oh, yes, and if we're up there, they won't wonder why why we were over here for a little bit. We need to be not here, is what I'm saying.
All right. So, if that is the last things before turning in for the night, there is a series of dreams that I need to be going through, actually.
So fun. I love dreams.
First of all...
Oh no, I'm back in the heptagram. And I forgot to put pants on today.
So, to go down in order of who I need to address... Obsidian Shield.
Oh boy.
Your dreams are remarkably pleasant. You feel... You're unable to remember most of your dream when you wake up. But you feel very pleasantly embraced. Like you're in a very... Well, you are quite literally in probably the most comfortable and warm bed you've ever been in your life. But on a spiritual level... there is some level of embrace that this entire location is doing of you. Just kind of examining you, holding you in its metaphorical arms. And when you awake, you feel very refreshed and very comfortable with this place and very much in tune with all of the whole everything. Even though it is a very different element than you just come like... If it was possible to trust a building with your life, you would, and you absolutely trust the boat with your life at this point.
Interesting.
Absolute repose. Your dreams are fucking weird.
Yes,
Your dreams... more than usual. More and differently than usual. Your dreams have been co-opted by falling apart into an alcoholic stupor into mind-meld liquid with a conscious manse. So your mind goes wandering all over its mental network and kind of is pinballing around like the king of all cosmos at the start of the Katamari, which is kind of knocking things around and forcing connections together.
I'm on the cloud.
Oh, nice. You're figuring it out. You're doing all
Nice.
the science right now.
He's
And-
really thinking.
Something deep in you, as you are just kind of momentarily having bits of ego death before clawing your way back into your own brain, or gently being shoved back into your own essence by the Mance, as it is trying to figure out what on earth is going on, is this place was originally a place of peace. This place was originally meant to be a hideaway for two people who just wanted to get away from the world. And then that option was taken from them. The history of this place before the world was forgotten, was a history of pain and blood and self-inflicted withdrawal. And over and over again in the mind of this place is the image of the sun, powerful enough to shine through the rock face, watching.
I know, right?
Angler.
Shit.
Your dreams are not as pleasant. Your dreams are taken up by the worries that you felt as you were going to rest your head. What was preoccupying your mind, what was thinking, is taken and carried forward. And your mind as well also does not remember most of your dream when you awaken. But in this case, you feel like it was a blessing. Because the only things that you wake up with are snippets of the smell of smoke in your nostrils. The sound of voices you know too well, screaming in panic, trying to get away from something. Some thing in your head that won't... that you don't... something that was removed. Something that either you could not hold in your head, or something the Mance took from you. Either out of a fear for what it was going to do to you to know, or a fear of what it was going to happen to it. You're not entirely sure. But either way, some memory, some deeper memory of the Mance that did not want to actually linger in your head fused with you for a moment and then was taken.
Okay.
Milan.
Mess me up.
I'm going to preface this with a genuine content warning, because this is going to have violent imagery, and it is going to be a story told in the second person, so yours, and it is going to involve self-harm and suicide.
Okay.
Those who are watching, who do not want to, who are not interested in engaging with that and want to avoid those triggers, please feel free to mute the stream. I will ping the map in the center of the 5 circles 3 times once my visual descriptions are over. I do not want to have anybody have their day ruined by this, and I wanted to give everybody a proper heads up that this is going to go to a dark place.
Good job.
Milan.
Mhm.
You are on a boat. The horizon is burning. The shores of the Blessed Isle in front of you stretch from end to end, and all of it is in flames. You desperately are the only one left on your boat, manning the helm, as the rigging and the sails adjust themselves. Everyone else is dead. Some of them by your hand, some of them by their own, some of them by the others. You're the only one that have survived the journey back from the threshold, as soon as you got the news about the mainland. The Blessed Isle is burning. Using all of your might and all of your power, you have taken a journey that would take months and shortened it to days, and yet you still know in your heart, with the feeling deep inside of you, the connection that you have, it's going to be too late. The Blessed Isle is burning as you approach the river mouth of the Imperial City. Half of the city is already in rubble. The once familiar light at the top of Mount Meru has shattered into 1,000 pieces. And part of you thinks that you can still see the glinting gold of the beautiful city on the shores and the slopes of the mountain. But you're not sure if that's just more fire. The Blessed Isle is burning as you dock. As you run down the dock, trotting over corpse upon corpse upon corpse, mutilated beyond recognition. Few of them soldiers. Blessed Isle is burning as you see her. You felt it in your heart, and you were so afraid. You had felt it in your heart and you would want it to be wrong. But you see her. You see Venif in gold armor, bow in hand, foot atop the throat of a dying soldier, killing everyone in front of you, one by one, with the cold, practiced, meticulous, perfect aim. Arrows to the throat, to the eye. Soldiers, civilians, militia, anything that moves that gets in her vision is struck dead. You were afraid when you heard that the Blessed Isle was burning, that something would horribly happen, would happen to Venif. Internally, you were more afraid that she was going to go along with the madness, and you denied it until the last second, as the sun glares down pitilessly overhead. She strikes down over and over. That no, when her back was against the wall, she became as awful as the rest of them. You scream out her name and reach out. She turns to look at you. Her expression is hard to read. Is it pity? Is it regret? Is it annoyance? Boredom? The face and the heart that you knew so well, that you were so intertwined with, is now closed to you. And as she looks at you, one of the Dragonblood soldiers pulls himself up, bleeding from a pile of bodies, some of which are still alive, and raises his blade as she is distracted. And you know too well that she has every capacity to just turn around and end his life immediately. And as she turns in her golden armor, the blade in her hand, she looks him in the eyes and simply tilts her head to the side to expose her neck. And the soldier's eyes show more surprise than victory as the blade cleaves through her throat. You were too late to save her. You left her all alone. You left her among the den of vipers, and she went mad. As the soldiers turned to look at you, recognize you as an accomplice, you do the only thing that you can feel you can do now, as you see the heart and the light of your life fall to the ground. You pull a knife from a scabbard on your hip, and your world goes dark as you draw it across your throat. And you awake screaming.
I need to contact Grandma.
How was Yanks night?
Totally fine.
And that's probably the impetus that gets me to.
I love Rist.
To go to Gray Falls and call her.
Yep.
I love having a nice nightmare-free night. Life's good, you know? Look at us. Hey, look at us.
Who'd have thought?
Who'd have thought? Oh, all right, bye, Milan. Have a nice night. Man, it's like 5. Where is he going? I'm gonna smoke some more.
When
You
are
think old
not
man
smoking?
sleeps?
Old man is a sleep optional kind of creature.
For what it's
If
worth,
it's possible,
Obsidian
we're
with
playing
his
Super Nintendo
stamina,
right now.
with Obsidian stamina rating is also sleep optional if you wanted. But
So, after that nightmare, we have caught up to the end of downtime. And I believe Repose was the one with the first idea.
Repose, awake now, sobered remarkably quickly, and entirely back to everything is fine composure. Meeting the Obsidian, just, well, my
Boo.
brother, you have a lovely home. Been a pleasure to visit. I feel obliged to match your hospitality with my own.
what?
We
Huh?
actually, he does like kind of look outwardly embarrassed by this and actually recalls. We passed the village which hosts my monastery on the way here.
Oh.
But you're from somewhere?
I could have been to visit with my order before we arrived here and overlooked. We'll be passing again on the way back.
Would you like to visit home?
I would be pleased to entertain you. And it would be a appropriate location from which to discuss recent events. We may be at war. And if we have not been placed at war, perhaps it is upon us to seize the initiative.
I'm still kind of like on the floor, just staring at the ceiling. We're both in the manse, right?
Yeah, this is. You woke up, it's still in the manse.
Where? Wow, who are we at war with? Like us, or like creation, or like a nation? Who's who v who? What's the matchup?
Oh, I assure you, in all lands, in all eras, we're at war with something. Creation
Well,
has never been without enemies.
But like, what's this time? You know? If you don't know,
The
that's
dead.
fine. I can go find
The
out.
Forsaken, the Void. You recall the fellow with...
Oh, the dude.
My
that bitch slapped
apologies.
the finger out of
To
your head?
assume you may not have had a good view of the event. I was immersed in much horrible, rending light at the time.
I was running away. I'm not afraid to admit that. You saw how big he was, right?
Yes,
Yes.
in great
Do you
detail.
guys need a third? Because I actually have some. I'd have some. And he checks his wrist like he's looking at a watch. I got a thing. I'll catch up with you later. How about that?
At this point, Venif stumbles out of the living quarters. Looks like hell.
Hey, are you okay?
You say well, buddy?
Venif's mustaches, instead of the usual, like, trim, proper wax, they're just big bushes of puff all the way down to the floor. Damn. Okay. And just walks over to the astrology pole and just dunks his head into it, and you hear a muffled scream.
Whoa.
Ah, okay. Okay, I'm good. I'm good.
No, you're not. You want to talk about it?
Propose
You're
will look
extremely
at
loud.
old man with just the, is that good? Look. Just like raise her eyebrow. Did you
This is
tell him
wildly
to do that?
Did you do this?
Is this a thing?
This wizard
Yes,
problem
this is
or
part of
regular
his
problem?
training.
Dr. Pearson didn't mean to be muted.
I think he's meditating. Okay, weird.
Oh, sorry. Didn't sleep well last night. Maybe any other nights?
Do you want, like, some medicine? Like, not like drugs. Like, do you want some medicine to help you calm down?
Yeah.
All right, hold on. Let me get something for you. I'll just fish around in my drawer and find some, I don't know, relaxants. Not something that's not going to sedate him, just to make him, like, anti-anxiety.
You don't have to roll for this. This is just an anti-anxiety, just a calming thing that is enough to bring down from horrible trauma nightmare.
Oh. Hey, do y'all mind if we take a stop at Great Falls?
Oh, I was actually going to go there. You want to go?
Yeah,
Nice. I got some business there. Like, I'm probably going to be like 6 hours at Great Falls.
I need to make a sorcery call to someone.
Nice. Cool. Let's go. I'll keep you company, buddy.
Well, we have to go. How long? We have to go down the river past Repose's place to get to Great Falls, correct?
Yes. Repose's place could be very easily in the way of the travel to Great Falls.
I don't know, Repose, how long you need to
Yeah, do you want to stop at?
in?
This is more an oddity of us doing downtime slightly asynchronously.
Yeah, me saying I want to go to Great Falls is to do the scene I did last week with calling my grandma.
So,
if they require my presence for longer than convenient, by all means, move on without me, and I will catch up.
So we can either, because I know Sona wants to also do something in Great Falls, but
Also, if exactly 2 members of the team need to go somewhere else very quickly, we do have the device for that split.
Right.
Actually, yeah. What if we just have a 2-on-2 team and then we can reconvene?
Yeah, we could have Old Man, Milan, and Yang go out to Great Falls as part
of Obsidian and
Master Angler, if you intend to send that bird and have it received in good order, you should do so well before we approach my village. It is no place for birds.
The hell does that mean?
This is said with absolute grave seriousness.
What does that mean? Is that a religious thing? What does that mean?
I'd bite back a lot of questions, and instead, I believe that's the first time you've called me Master Angler. You never have to do that, but thank you.
I believe it's the first time I have addressed you.
Probably also the case.
Anyways, I'm gonna click over my I'm gonna click my beeper and then have Old Man do the boop boop. I guess we'll hop on him.
Yeah. In Doc's absence, we will just use the magical Old Man is not here taxi.
Great.
Old Man is standing there tranced out, and you're just poking at him until he wakes up and calls the cab.
But yeah, in the meantime, Milan gets the downtime period where there's the call to Grandma after inciting the call of Grandma, and Yang
looks for crime in the streets of Great Falls.
Hell yeah!
All right, motherfucker, roll me perception investigation.
Oh,
all the times I'm not there, that's when you do this?
I have been looking forward to this for so long. Like, okay, investigation and perception?
Yes. Yes.
The best time that Yang and Angler could have been bros. You're like, nah, let's not worry about it.
You don't know that in character yet.
I know, it's the best. I love it.
Roll 9, D10, less than 7S.
Crime detected. Just let me go grab a suitable bit of music. Please hold.
Brigands!
Larceny in progress.
So just make sure I've got this right in my head on what everyone's doing right now. Old Man has taken Vanif and Yang back to Great Falls, and then Old Man's going to do Old Man things, and Vanif is going to go talk to Grandma, and Yang is going to fight crime. The other three of us are going to a place that's totally on the level in terms of cultural and religious significance, while Obsidian and Repose have bro time, I'm guessing? I don't know. And I'm just going to be third wheeling it.
This is a really good episode of Hunter x Hunter.
You are not wrong.
Yeah. Fuck. Okay. With 6 successes, Yang, do you want to pick the nature of the crime that you have discovered, or do you want to leave that in my hands?
I'm trying to build a legacy slowly. So what is it? I want something very public, but definitely something I'm gonna do well.
Okay, how public is public?
As public as fucking possible.
God bless you, you fucking idiot.
You find a clown.
Not yet. That's the end boss. Alright. I'm not switching the music yet because
You
I have
encounter a clown. You
dramatic...
require no further evidence. The sentence is death.
I'm walking down the street.
Okay, so you are in... Let me just switch the map to help the visualization. Oh god, I'm a little off kilter because I knew you were going to be doing this, but
I warned you.
You warned me. You warned me. I thought we were going to be doing the monastery first, but you did warn me.
Now I was just thinking about, because somebody mentioned Hunter x Hunter and then crime. I'm just thinking about how there is a character in Hunter x Hunter that, on him appearing and being on screen for about 3 minutes, I described him as, hey, that's evil Obsidian.
Yeah, Uvo.
I think I know the one too. So, okay.
I'm probably doing High Quarter, or where there's like wherever the most gossip would happen.
High Quarter. That is the merchants and middle class quarter.
Yeah, I want gossip to happen with a capital H.
So, sorry, the person who direct messages me knows why I'm having a hard time trying not to laugh.
God, I can't believe I'm gonna get to do this today.
Right. So, you are looking for the best possible crime to set your stage on, and you're trying to make a brand. You're trying to find your identity, the thing that will set your tone, and you find it perfectly. You find what appears to be a dynastic patrician, one of the upper class but mortal members of the not quite great houses, but still technically noble houses. Either one of the ones who is part of the local bureaucracy or one of the ones who's just out here because they're out here, is very clearly giving a highly illegal shakedown to one of these.
Oh my god, yes! And like you can see Yang like visibly shaking his hands in the air, and he runs into the nearest alley.
He is basically trying to take this guy's entire stock and not even put it on the credit. It's just give it to me because I am.
Oh, this is so simple. All
right, now the stage is set. You may begin your entrance, and I will play your music when applicable.
I bolt into the nearest alleyway.
Oh no!
Little do they know, mild manner poison seller turned assassin, 1,000 miracles Yang. By day, but by night. I put down my backpack and I rummage out my shroud. He turns into something else, a protector of justice. And I put my shroud on and I start doing a pose, like a very Kamen Rider pose.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can heroes always shine brightest when they're backed into a corner, and no one shines as bright as Yakuman, protector of the 13 orphans! And I tear the shroud off, and I have a beautiful fucking superhero costume underneath me. I have a fucking yellow jumpsuit and a purple doublet and a purple flowing cape with fucking golden engraved cats doing, like, pictures of cats being bad at their job, like being asleep and letting mice steal grains and shit, or just beating the shit out of a dog. Yakuman's here! It's time for crime! Ho-ho! And I use grasping rope vine to go to the nearest rooftop.
You absolute
You loom menacingly, with your cape billowing in the breeze above the crime scene as you bellow out your introduction. And the patrician looks up, and the patrician is currently in a state where they are literally incapable of forming speech, and perhaps have forgotten that language is a concept that exists. They have no idea what to do, as the entirety of your existence fills their entire brain, hard-locking it like a server being DDoSed, as it's trying desperately to parse what's happening.
Hark yonder fuckboy! Stop vandalizing that poor civilian! Yakuman's here to solve you and turn you into a nice boy. And I reach down there and I use Goose style to kick him in the jaw.
You jump down as gracefully as a goose in flight, which, you know, depending on the day, it's actually kind of graceful. But it is a decidedly less graceful thing when the arms go sweeping wide, and as you land on one foot, your other foot goes up directly for the jaw. Unfortunately, your training is largely theoretical and goose style at this point, and you aim for the jaw, and you instead hit him in the nuts.
Taking him out entirely.
Is he on the ground? Ah, whatever. Also good. And I take out the springboard and push it and just kind of toss it behind him.
As he is grabbing at his crotch, still unable to speak, now as a combination of a brain just being hard-locked and also, oh god, my nards, staggers backwards into the trap that you have set, steps on the springboard that has been gifted to you, and goes sailing 30 feet into the air, high onto a rooftop.
While they're in midair, I'm going to use Grasping Rope Vine to entangle them. And I'm going to use Grasping Rope Vine again to make the other end go to like a telephone pole or something and string them up from the air.
Yes, telephones. You know,
whatever. Lamppost. Point is, it's Spider-Man. You get where I'm going.
Yeah, I know what you're doing. The rope is... You're much more able to use your essence than you are Goose style, which at this point in your training is more you posturing while throwing out really inaccurate throws and punches.
That was really lucky that I kicked him in the nuts. I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah, no, you're running on the rule of comedy here. That's why. But,
The concept of trivial adversaries. Don't bother breaking out the full rules for this. You have the advantage.
Yes, this is actually part of the mechanical system, is if this is an opponent suitably below you, I don't have to roll. You are already familiar with this, Yang, and you know why. Anyway, the vine wraps around your ankles, and you are able to attach it effortlessly to a nearby lamppost, which is already lit, and thus the vine lights on fire, giving this man a timer before he falls 30 feet directly onto his skull.
Well, shit, that's not... I used Grasping Rope Vine to make it net.
I'm going to act as your voice of conscience. This is all part of your plan. Make him confess.
Oh, wait, good idea. Now confess your crimes, evildoer, and I'll think about stopping this. What are your crimes? I just figured you were a fuckboy. Yeah.
At this point, there's a sizable crowd around you as the wire of the vine is burning like a fuse down towards his ankles, somehow maintaining structural integrity until the entire thing is lit on fire. You don't know how this works.
Admit it, you were just embezzling from the people.
Yang found the very tangible human noble.
Have you learned your lesson, fuckboy?
I don't know what lesson I'm learning!
Don't be a turd and shake down merchants! Yakuman away! And I just kind of...
And with that, the vine snaps as he falls into the net of vines. It's just still screaming as the guards just run in towards him. Not sure if they should be arresting him or arresting you, but you're running away, so now he's there and he's just screaming. So they're just trying to defuse the situation as you run away.
You're down there and I'm up here and I'm Yakuman! Don't forget, evildoers! And I backflip off out of you.
The overwhelming impression you get from the noise of the crowd is, what the fuck just happened?
Content warning, Soga King.
It's a shame that I can't take 10-minute long clips. Yeah!
I saved a merchant, and I did it as loudly as possible, so I'm happy.
Yes, you did.
You did that.
From Yakuman Island.
And then Yang steps out of an alleyway like, wow, that guy was pretty cool.
Who was that incredibly correct and handsome man? We may never know.
Wow, he was really smart. He was saying some really smart things there.
I bet he drinks a lot of Hazy.
Would you like to try my Hazy?
So for the
Sana,
players, go on.
I did leave a bunch of my people back at town to be like paying attention to anything important that happens in town.
They know about this immediately. Yes.
They're immediately going. They were probably watching, going, "The fuck is going on?"
You're going to
right now?"
receive news of a horrible incident when we get back.
Yes. Crumb DM'd me saying, how long would it take for my informants to tell me about this when we get back to town? And I said 0 seconds.
I think there's a vigilante in Great Falls.
You come back and we're talking about, okay, we're going to have to deal with that menace Yakuman when we get back to Great Falls.
Yakuman, protector of the 13 orphans. He's his full fucking name. He's a hero. I mean, who?
So yes, audience and other player characters, that is what Sana was holding up his sleeve of what
I have
he
been
did
waiting
in
on that
downtime.
for 2 fucking weeks. That Yang turned into a superhero.
Yang has
I
new
love
plans. Yang has new ways of solving problems that aren't killing people. Or at least addressing problems.
Solving
I mean,
something.
we'll see where it goes. We'll just see where it goes.
Yang found a praxis. Let him have
Yes.
this.
I will never stop him from doing this. We might have a conversation
He's 20. He'll
why.
figure it out. You guys don't know the shit yet.
Also, yes, I'm just going to say that one of the chat comments is canon. At the moment that Yakuman is doing his thing, the rest of the Hearth has an inexplicable feeling of justice fill their hearts across the other side.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Somewhere in that general direction, my brother is happy, and I am happy for it.
I'm getting some very confused feelings as I'm talking to, listening to Grandma talk about the Isles.
But you are certain that one of your sworn brothers is up to some justice.
Well, the only 2 brothers that I can't see directly when this happens are Vanif, who had a bad trip, and Yang, who I know is an assassin. So yes, I'm a little worried.
That was everything I wanted it to be.
Oh yeah, that's something.
All right, so now that that's happened, we can move on to, meanwhile, on the other side of this, and honestly, pretty shortly after, you would be met up with Old Man on Cloud and also Repose and, or not Repose, Milan and Yang. We transfer over to another map of a place that is very familiar to one absolute Repose. The place that he grew up and he calls home.
Asterisk? Question mark?
Yeah.
At symbol?
Crab?
Crap.
Food?
So you are not directly inside as of yet, and as mentioned, I am willing to give you the general visual descriptions of the place and the layout as
I'll provide the hook here for on the way over. So, while on the journey towards the household of one of your friends for the first time is when normal people might, start talking about their home or their family or, anything about where you're going to, get you prepared or interested or just kind of pass the time. This group has been together long enough to know that Repose doesn't volunteer things. Not in like a duplicitous way, but in kind of an expression of compulsive humility. Most things he knows he doesn't consider important enough to tell people about, is the general vibe. Especially if it's him related. If it's monsters related, yes, you're definitely going to hear all about the peril. The phrasing, "the village which hosts my monastery," is extremely weird, and when we arrive near here, you can immediately parse that this town is a part of there's this community of some size that is around this establishment, as happens with temples as centers of, you know, human life and administration. This is a temple village. Repose, just in his first act of talking about it, separated himself from the people surrounding him. It's very odd.
On the way over, in order not to fuck shit up royally, Obsidian would ask, "So what should and shouldn't I talk about?"
Alright, we can, to avoid like the inconvenience of playing out how evasive Repose will be about this, but eventually relent. So this community, you're eventually gradually able to pry out of him and put together all the pieces. These are people that the sect has kind of accumulated over centuries of slowly migrating from the very south to over here. This is an extremely diverse community that is a cross-section of like a quarter turn of the world that are mostly held together by just, well, here we are. So there is the order that is there, and in his family, that is where the exalt part of the community is. Repose is not in charge of here. He has some manner of uncle, aunt. Darren, that was left open to you. Any details about who is current living boss of the place?
Current living boss's name is, double check, because that is in my tokens list. Pestletail Azar, that is your aunt.
Yeah, so Auntie is in charge of the place, nominally, but the Order very much minimizes its involvement in people's politics. We protect this town, and the community repays us the favor of having done that. By any measure, we are the ruling family of this slowly wandering village. We don't like treating it like that, though. We are servants of the people. Soldiers of creation, protectors of the world. So basically, like, this group is the last people who would need to be told about this, but like, if any of you were more high class and big about that, flaunting your status isn't going to get you anywhere in this town. Trying to act noble will, you know, just get you the stink eye and maybe a boot to the head. Just relax.
A question on that. Should I not be wearing my robes that have any symbols on them of my house?
It would make a poor first impression to be wearing household
I kind of
emblems on the way in, yeah. Whatever friction might be waiting, Repose is willing to speak on your behalf and defend you against any argument that we put up, because as you can eventually, at the bottom of anything you are able to hear about this community, Repose is the heir apparent to the head of the household. At any given time over the ages, there have been, like, at most 5 exalts in the entire family at a time. Right now, it's just, like, 2. There's boss, and there is baby.
Mm-hmm.
Those are not the same person, though.
Not, decidedly not boss.
There are a separate boss and baby.
The boss is the aunt, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Is she also of the earth?
No, Auntie is a fire. The other, they're the two conflicting aspects of our lineage that tend to alternate. Also, nominally, Grandma is the highest ranking member of the entire lineage as our respected ancestor, but running a village is a job for the living.
So just decidedly not to scale map. So.
Oh, yeah, but it gets the point across, and that's all that matters.
Yeah, here's our general locales, the inside of the main compound. So like, there's a sizable typical village surrounding here with a more diverse than usual community surrounding it, both in terms of the people and in terms of, like, there's a lot of weird mix and match architecture going on, as there are, like, various traditions, customs, and trades that have been preserved by these people and brought with them during the slow migration. There's a bunch of things that are out of place and out of time here.
Yeah, some old nomadic tent kind of things. Some things that actually are very reminiscent of Prasad to Angler, like things that look like he blink and he feels like he's at home for a moment until he turns a corner, and then he sees something that is much closer to Nexus, and on and so forth. So, approaching the Gates of Dawn, which this is a temple complex that, as Repose knows, and as the others can probably surmise just by looking at the layout of the place, the Gates of Dawn are a quite literal name, and the back wall has a similar recess for the sunset, where every morning when the sun rises, it goes directly through the Gates of Dawn and shines on the rather immense cenotaph of the 100,000, which is one of the few luxuries, air quotes, that the sect has allowed itself in terms of religious iconography, is a sculpture of the 5 elemental dragons circling around each other in a supporting pillar of the 5 dragons spiraling around each other in a supporting pillar that is holding up the sun. And it is a marker for the countless dead of not just the Great Contagion, but also all of the Order and the people that they have fought to protect, and life and death.
For all those unnamed heroes who have come before us.
Exactly.
To whom we owe our lives.
Mm-hmm. Off to the side is the Dawn Watchtower. It's the 2 watchtowers over the buildings. There's the residential complexes for the... you can't run the entire temple complex on a couple of ghosts and 2 dragon bloods.
There are many human novices.
Yes. The craft houses for the many sculptures, memorials, things like that. Storehouses for both the village's agriculture and the internal horticulture for both the subsistence and ritual uses of the religious order. The central temple complex, which on the outside you could maybe mistake for an immaculate temple. The architecture is kind of similar. Absolute Repose knows on the inside that changes very quickly. Off to the side, tucked between it and the wall, is a rather large, not opulent big building, but for out here, it's a relatively large building for a single person. And then a small shack that has very clearly once been in good repair and has not quite been let go so much as its resident has not been here very long, for a while, rather.
It's like it's been very deliberately left out of use by someone.
Someone does not live here most of the time.
Someone who may have just recently gotten remarkably outspoken and invigorated about someone not living in and caring for their house. For some reason. And
then the funeral pyre. There are multiple different methods of immuniment and burial and, final rites. There's the pyre. There's the just interring you in the garden, sky burial. The usual 5 elemental spread of burials in religions. But most people take the pyre.
Cremation is the most popular funeral rite in the world.
Yep.
It means you don't leave behind a body that can get back up and scratch people.
Yep.
That's an immediate leg up over other forms of disposal.
And yes, positioned so that when the sun sets, it shines directly into the back of the tomb, is the Tomb of the Grand Abbess, which is extremely not an architecture of an immaculate building. It is almost indescribable in terms of its complete kind of syncretism is the word I'm looking for of every architectural style it has ever gone through in its slow march counterclockwise across creation. Every time that Absolute Repose knows, every time Grandmother very insistently says, I don't need another tomb, you can just leave me at this one. No, we're making a new one at the new site, and it's going to be very cool, and it's going to have all the things we've learned with it, and it's going to show our respect for you, Grandma. So it is a constantly changing and evolving representation of the diversity of the sect.
It has been nearly a century since the last time anyone tried to chase us out of here. Nearly 2 since anyone succeeded.
Yeah, it's actually, this is probably the second most stable you've ever had your temple, with the first one being the most stable. But it's getting close to the record. But as the crew approaches through...
And now this has happened. Strange.
Now what is what?
Oh, we've nearly broken our record for staying in one place without a disaster, forcing us to leave.
Right. I was thinking I missed something on the stream layout. Yeah. 5 days before retirement, etc. As the gates of dawn open, they don't even bother stopping you to ask questions when they see Repose entering. It's just, oh shit, open the door. No questions. Don't ask who he's with. Don't bother. He's got this.
Has had a very quick, but like suppressed and quiet, polite greeting for every person we have passed on the way through town.
Mm-hmm. And all of them have had similarly familiar greetings back to Repose. I'll just say that Old Man, Yang, and Milan have made their trip back just so they can be present in the scene and participate. The first thing that you notice, the first thing that everyone else notices is probably the cenotaph. Absolute Repose's reflexes are much more tuned to other things. First thing that Absolute Repose notices is that there is a particularly large, battle-scarred cat with a notched ear, covered in mats and scars, and immense. Like, for lack of a better comparison, this is a cat the size of an average-sized corgi, sunning itself on a rock in one of the gardens.
Oh, you didn't tell me I had a pet.
Its paw is dangling over what are uncomfortably matching claw marks of its own paws, of grooves in the rock itself. And at the base of the rock are what presumably, from your best guess, without further inspection, was maybe 12 to 13 birds at some point? You're not sure. It's a lot of pieces.
Repose steals and steadies himself, and just in like absolute like focused silence takes 5 very sacred and stern steps towards this rock and this cat. And just like in like a serene like opening motion of exercise with a deep breath, sweeps out his hand and then like hovers it over this cat, waiting for the signal to approach. And I will go ahead and offer up like let's say stamina integrity.
Yeah, that works.
And I will go ahead and put 2 successes into that with the excellency on the side. So 5. 5 successes worth of being of extremely serene state of mind, reflecting on a lot of lessons that may have begun with not startling this cat. Or rather begun with startling this cat and learning why you should not startle this cat.
The immense cat that Absolute Repose knows the full name of, the full recite this name respectfully or you know, the dragons help you if you don't. But it will begrudgingly accept you, shortening it down to chief, or addressing it with any number of profanities. It's used to that. Opens its eye lazily and looks up at Repose. And the eye dilates all the way, and Repose can see the gears turning in the cat's head, thinking about whether or not it's, do I go for the bite? Do I go for the pounce? Do I go for the swipe? Do I go for the opening of just looking like I'm all friendly and forgotten that who he was and show my belly and then try to bite him in the hand if he goes for it?
Repose has seen every one of these schemes too many times.
The cat recognizes the recognition in Repose's face, realizes that the game is going to have to be a little more complex, and it is not in a position to spring an ambush from its own position. And honestly, it just ate a lot of birds. It's nice and sunny outside. It's feeling pretty lazy. It just closes its eyes and flicks its tail once in acknowledgement and goes back to sleep.
Repose's hand lowers, and he just barely scraping the perimeter of the floof of the cat, traces a little pentagram on its forehead, nods, and backs off.
Nice cat.
Beautiful motherfucker. Look at him.
Aw, cute cat.
Its muzzle is red with the blood of the body parts of birds on the rock below, but
You have
Chief
described
I
has-
know you would all compliment him anyway.
Chief has yet to find a bird that you cannot bite in half. It wants to, though. Surely somewhere out there,
Obsidian.
the two-bite bird exists.
Obsidian, you should go say hi to that cat.
I can fix your hand. Go say hi to that cat.
What if I rolled charisma socialize?
You could try.
I'm gonna roll charisma socialize. Gonna use motes on charisma socialize for 2 bonus successes for 7 successes.
Obsidian Shield does not take 5 sacred, well-prepared steps up to Chief. Does not approach with the knowledge of the tens of thousands of ways that this cat has mauled Absolute Repose since the tender age of 6. Every morning, every day, every night, going between anywhere to do anything, as part of the training of martial arts of don't get mauled by this cat. Obsidian Shield does not recognize the body language of a cat that is bewildered by this thing that shows no fear of the alpha predator of this entire region. Obsidian Shield does recognize the hackles raising on the back of its neck. But Obsidian Shield is confident enough to simply begin to pet the cat. The cat gives you 2 strong pets across the back, purring, before it bites you in between the thumb and the forefinger.
Hey, Repose?
Chief.
How
Now
many steps
crawling
should I
terror
take?
in, speaking that in Old Realm, that is a guest. And he manages to say this he is voicing this with immense menace. That is a threat.
Chief just kind
Chief,
of
that is company.
side eyes Repose, gives a muffled and then lets go.
Nice cat.
Obsidian Shield, you actually barely felt that.
Yeah, that's that in character. Just nice cat. Nice old love bite.
Also, if Yang
the other-
is asking
the
for advice on approaching Chief, start with the smaller ones.
I mean, how many do I take if I want to admit that I'm lesser than Chief?
Start walking. You'll know.
I'm going to keep walking until I
Chief
feel like I
might
should
let you
stop
know.
walking. I want to see what it's like to try and I want to feel like what non-assassin martial arts training feels like. I'm going to try and use Goose style to see if I can avoid Chief. And I want to walk enough to have him know, like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Please go easy.
I'm sorry to inform you. Think about moving like a bird in front of Bird Slayer, General.
I'm sorry to inform you, you have picked the exact wrong choice in 2 different ways.
Well, I picked the right choice. This is going to be a good lesson.
Number 1, as you approach, you realize in the back of your mind, the first mistake you have made is you are imitating a bird. Number 2 is that you are openly showing weakness.
You have to be confident. I yell as.
What the fuck does that mean? It's a cat. He's cute.
Chief is now clinging onto your entire head. By the face.
At last, the 2-bite bird.
And that's why I was yelling, because you could not hear it over the muffle of fur.
I used grasping rope vine to launch at Obsidian and just kind of pull myself out of Chief's.
The cat is grabbing your head. There is no pulling yourself out of its grip.
Oh.
It is wrapped around you like a fucking head crab.
Brother of home!
Vaneve, do you think your horse would like this, cat?
No.
Chief just kind of looks at Repose like, oh, come on, he fucking asked for this one.
I'll take Yang by the shoulder and start leading him towards the well.
Stalwart daughter's gonna stay.
Roll me presence. No, intimidation's not its own skill, is it? Or is it?
Yeah.
Presence is a skill.
And what's this fucking thing?
Presence, intimidation, 2 dice stunt.
Wait, can I put something in its mouth with my head in it?
What? In its mouth? Like, you would have to try to grab at the mouthful of fangs and avoid the claws. So that would be that would be a dexterity brawl roll.
Just the 2.
Well, is my head still in its mouth?
It's not. Okay, like imagine putting your face in the belly of a cat and then it springs the bear trap on you and has grabbed your entire head. That is what's going on.
Okay. I'm just gonna flare my aura. It's poison, right?
Oh boy.
Before that actually gets a chance to happen, you are led about, 20 or 30 feet before Chief gets an eyesight line on the well. Looks at Repose with deep, annoyed. Oh, you would.
I have.
You will, and God.
Is this part of the training?
You are currently stumbling, bleeding. The cat's lower legs have missed your jugular by an angle that is close enough that you are dead certain it's on purpose. It knows it doesn't have permission to kill you, and that's why you're not bleeding out.
All part of my plan.
The cat just gives a disgruntled and then kicks off of Yang's collarbone onto the roof of the storehouse, leaving 2 immense gashes down the front of Yang's chest as Chief sulks on the tiling roof, just looking down, paws covered in blood, looking simultaneously smug and annoyed.
Bad kitty. Also, Al, I guess, kind of. That's not the worst thing.
Darren, I have to reveal the other part of my plan that I chose was not a good idea, just to know what you would have done. The reason I did Charisma Socialize was because I was actually going to do a Charisma Socialize roll to walk up and go pss, pss,
pss. Would have been about the same reaction.
Okay, good.
I just want you to know.
I'm tolerating you exactly a bit before biting you.
Okay.
That was like a 6 out of 10 on my torture scale. You're nothing. You're nothing to me, cat.
The cat
feel yourself.
The cat flicks its tail in annoyance. Repose recognizes when a cat has recognized a challenge.
Bring it, motherfucker. Not right now, though. We got shit to do.
This is progress. Next time, bring a gift.
I will befriend you, bitch.
The cat starts grooming the blood off of his paws.
Yang's death will be caused by Sybil and this cat teaming up.
They can
I
meet.
suppose I should show you about, and you will start guiding you all along the along the perimeter and just do a walkabout of the estate. Every time, just making miscellaneous small talk about stuff, and every time Repose points at somewhere specifically, if you follow where he is pointing, you will notice there is another cat hiding at that location.
Will that one kill me?
People who are very far from these walls would describe this place as infested. In here, we are blessed.
Extremely outside of kneecap breaking range is that word used. The cats are, much like the humans outside, a wild and diverse panoply of just long hair, short hair, tortoiseshell, calico, tailless, tailed, a couple of sphinx cats without any fur. It's just, you begin to lose count very quickly trying to find how many cats there are, especially as you're pretty sure you're starting to count some multiple times. They seem quite good at getting around.
Yeah, quite often it is the same cat who, after being spotted once, has gone to their next favorite hiding spot.
Yeah, and also most of them do not have the same attitude as Chief. They are wary of anybody new and are trying to not be seen by these strange new people, even if they are with the bald friend.
As we're going along, I would ask Vanif if Repose is far enough ahead, chatting about whatever. Can you see any ghosts?
Vanif does not. Well, Vanif, actually, your unseen sense is pinging like crazy.
Yeah, this is a very spiritual place.
I'm just curious if every cat has a ghost friend as well.
All right, let's check to see if ghosts and cats are together.
Immediate need to know information change.
What?
It's the ratio of cats to ghosts.
Right, perception awareness. Ooh, this is going to be against their stealth, and cats are very stealthy.
Mm-hmm. So you turn on your unseen senses, and wow, there's a lot of ghosts in here. Like, wow, this is probably 1-to-1 humans to ghosts, if not more.
Would using Zoinks be correct here?
Yeah, probably. Like, if you were actually spooked by these ghosts, but they seem pretty, like, just going about doing their duties, like going and tending the gardens.
There are too many to draw a 1-to-1 comparison between ghost and cat.
However, you do notice in the gardens on one of the rocks is a spectral black cat with long hair, just kind of curled up around what appears to be one of its friend cats, which is a cross-eyed tabby that is nice and fallen asleep next to it. So as you look, there are a tiny handful of cats. And your best estimate is that humans are much more liable to leave ghosts than animals are. So these cats either must have been very well loved or had reputations.
Angler, you should go pet approximately 6 inches to the left of that cat.
Sure.
The cats are also here following their respected ancestor over the course of a long migration.
I learned my lesson for the next
As
couple
Angler's hand passes through the air, Angler feels the air vibrate as Milan can see that the long-haired black cat opens its yellow eyes, quite surprised, to look up at a mortal that knows where it is and is giving it attention, and headbutts up against his hand. Well, through his hand, really, but the sentiment is there.
If I can feel or sense, I would go, the scritches.
Yes. It is the former ghost of someone who loved their cat very much is quite content with this.
Can we keep him? No, we can't keep him.
No, we can't.
Can we keep the
Repose
chief?
will have at some point slid back. Whoa, map is sliding. All right, there we go. Arrow keys. Repose will have slid back to notice as you are doing this. Do not sustain that too long. At some point, they will become irritated.
I give the okay, you can cut it out signal.
Okay. I'm beginning to understand a lot of your viewpoints in life are due to relations with these cats. Specifically that cat.
The cat has many lessons to teach.
There is great wisdom in beasts.
I mean, look at all the knowledge I gained, and Yang says, gesturing to scars.
Please heal yourself.
Feel like it.
It's not blood, it's victory wine.
Once the lessons have seeped in good and deep, then I'll heal myself.
You're not sure if that's the. You're not sure if that's the lessons or if that's the tetanus. Wait, you can't get tetanus.
Ah, tetanus.
Yang, if you heal yourself, I'll smoke with you tonight.
I cast Grievous. Whatever.
Don't bother rolling. It was superficial injuries. It's
No.
you fixed up your claws.
No.
These are good wounds.
No.
Note, he struck neither of your hands. You can continue working today.
Yang would spend motes on this.
No, like, I'm not saying you have to roll to see how well it does, but you can spend the motes doing so.
We're
Yeah,
not
I'll
like in a fight right now. We're under no pressure to worry about.
This
mote
is just
economy.
narratively you can heal the wounds.
I hold up both my hands, and they're probably like bushes for a bit, and go like, haha, check it out. Bush hands.
None of the cats pay attention.
And at some point, the tour probably goes the other way around the yard, so that as
Not-
much time as
not
spent
that
possible
way.
not
For no
approaching
reason.
my house.
Yeah, I was surprised we were heading there in the first place. I'm like, really? He's just
We're
going to get it
moving
out of
in
the
the
way? All right.
direction of the well. You know that
Oh.
is a natural chief repellent.
You actually see Chief on the far corner of the building scowling at you as you pass by the well, having his plan foiled.
You know, just because I'm curious about customs and stuff, I peek in the well. Is there an eel in there?
Would there be repose? That's in your ballpark.
Shouldn't be.
Okay, just curious.
Does Chief leave the grounds at all?
How often?
I need to go move Stalwart Daughter. As I go unleash her and take her to a tree much further from the grounds and much further from Chief.
Is horse a bird?
I don't want to find out.
Stalwart Daughter seems a little confused, but when you because familiars can, if you while not using direct language, mostly understand each other through body language and general intent, she understands spooky cat and just goes, yeah, no, move.
Cat.
Let's
Yep,
go.
Yep.
Yep, no, I don't want to mess with that. I might be the world's most calm horse. I don't want to deal with a cat that's scaring you.
His cat.
Frightened.
Yes.
Dear Mr. Miyamoto, our horses birds.
Reverent silence as we pass by the grandma's tomb.
It is currently sealed shut. Looks like it could be rather easily opened in terms of physical manifestations. It's like there's a stone bar in between the doors, but it's clearly acting as a seal.
It is secure. We have no reason to be in there at the moment.
Hello.
Hi.
Welcome back.
Oh.
I have no idea what has gone on for the last half hour or so.
And that is entirely immersed in how Old Man probably feels about the thought of visiting Repose's home and village.
Right. Oh
I
shit,
don't
that's a
even
watchtower? Damn, found my place immediately.
Old Man has just gone to the highest location and has a sit.
Yes.
Okay, two things. I do suggest you go back and watch the VOD for something that's Son of Dead, because it's
At some
worth
point,
it.
maybe.
It's
Also,
good. We're not going to ruin it, but it's
Old
good.
Man would have the copper skin up.
This is a very important question, actually.
No, not right now, no.
As you climb up on that watchtower, a white cat approaches you. How will the man respond to this cat?
Generally speaking, he lets well enough alone.
The cat circles around Old Man once, taking a sniff, looking at him. Old Man looks into this cat's eyes and senses two things.
Yes.
Immense violence
and
boredom. And you don't look like you're going to be entertaining to mess with. The cat leaps back off onto the other roof.
Understandable. Have a nice day. Actually, while I'm up on top of the watchtower then, I'm going to go ahead and spend some of my personal motes on a ability attached to Wood Dragon Claws, actually.
Okay.
I'm going to go ahead and apply the quality of flexible to them.
All right.
And I'm going to have one of them just... It's really gross when you really think about it, but one of them just kind of like is really long and kind of hangs off of the edge of the watchtower. And it kind of wiggles in place a little bit. Whether or not the cat goes for it is up to it.
Just gonna dangle.
However, there is a dangler, which is currently connected to someone. And if the cat makes its decision,
he pounces onto it and holds on with all 4 feet claws, and with rather impressive amounts of strength, does not let go.
impressive.
At all.
Respectful. Old Man offers a nod of respect to the chief.
The chief digs incredibly, downright frighteningly deep grooves into the wood as it claws back up. And if Repose was nearby, Repose would probably have a moment where he'd just stop and just stare, as Chief actively goes out of the way to avoid digging claws into your flesh bits as it climbs up the wood to pop back onto the tower and sit next to you for a nap.
Excellent. Fine work. I do not even remotely attempt to actually, engage with this cat other than what I have done so at this point.
Correct.
No pets, no reaching around to the cat. My hands are not even close to the proximity of the cat. The cat has made its decision to hang out nearby Old Man. Old Man will not interfere with this decision.
Meanwhile, back in the corner.
Well, we sure are now actually approaching the current Abbess's residence.
It is currently closed, and the windows have been shuttered. It might be during one of her daily prayer moments. There are some prayers that you don't do in the direct eyes of the sun. Those are usually the ones where the sun has some doctrinal difficulties conceiving of things, and you need to contact the sun's spouse for a
What color of smoke, if any, is rising from the building?
No.
We're also family trend-wise, so earth aspects in the family tend towards salt, rock, and other minerals in their expressions. Fire aspects in the family tend towards smoke.
It is a thin gray smoke.
All right, she's reasonably calm at the moment.
You are not entirely sure whether or not she's aware of your presence.
Just gonna make the walk past Auntie's house towards own house.
The house doesn't explode.
It's fine.
All
right, good enough.
I whisper, "Is this a sacred site? Is that why we're being solemn?" And I gesture to the two houses, not getting that those are just residences.
Repose actually reaches into his stuff and takes out a very slightly ornate key and unlocks the door to the heir's residence.
The inside is coated with a thick layer of dust on damn near everything that is only disrupted by dozens and dozens of cat paws and the paw prints in the dust There are some cobwebs that hang from the top ceilings, but otherwise, it seems to be rather undisturbed, aside from, oh my god, there's a lot of cats in here, actually. Hello.
Yes.
And they all turn their heads to see Repose. And their ears prick up, and several of them that have been walking around have their tails stand straight up in excitement. And happy chirp. And one of the other cats makes a nice little meow, and it's just very clear that the cats are like, oh, our favorite human.
I would not be so vain as to call this place my home. It is their home. I have at times resided here. He will step in and start doing the work. He does have a broom. There are other affairs. He's going to start cleaning up the main living area of the house, working around the cats as best
whatever you're doing is interrupted by the cats wanting attention, first and foremost.
He will find ways to work attention for the cats into sweeping. He can trick the cats into sweeping by just kind of stampeding near places that have more dust.
Kind of just gently putting a foot on one and kind of moving it around when one of the cats that likes that.
See which ones want to chase the broom and use it to lure them over here and then over there.
Yeah. It is very clear that several of these cats have known Repose their entire lives, or have migrated in and realized that he is one of the nicer people to be a cat around.
Some of the younger ones have heard legends of the tall friend who will return someday.
There is actually a relatively recently born brood of kittens over in the corner behind one of your stacks of baskets. And the mother actually brings one out to say hello to you. The kitten is not sure what to make of this.
Pick up the kitten, examine it, bless it, put it back, proceed with the rest of them.
Mm-hmm. Now move me the boots.
Roll me a perception awareness, all three of you in the house.
Okay.
Hold up.
Oh, well, if you want to be in there as well.
I would have been, sorry. I just was not moving my person around.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure if you were just still hanging out to watch out the residences or not.
I will, out of respect to the DM, roll the one die.
Perception awareness, you said?
Yes. Hot! Woo!
I see everything.
You get an exact count of how many cats are in here. It is 37. And on top of that, both Repose out of the corner of the eye and Angler, much more clearly, as he's doing this head count of cats, notice that there is a cat that is perched in the eaves of the building so delicately that it was almost impossible to see. It is a soft gray cat that is so small that you're not sure if it's a teenager or if it was just kind of the runt. And it's kind of just peeping down very curiously at you. And something immediately strikes you as this cat is looking at you with eyes that are slightly above average for cat processing.
That's also been the case during the cleaning that Repose is reaching behind furniture and also sometimes just conspicuously tapping on parts of the wall and in doing so chasing things out of their preferred hiding spots just to keep track of them. Angler already intuits where all of those are before Repose gets to them.
Mm-hmm.
Repose is just finding them out of habit. He has been here enough times to know where they will be.
Hey, Crom.
Yeah.
Remember during the beta session when I described Yang's character as a very specific Granblue character?
Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I take it back. It's Repose.
Repose is Dante. It's fine.
Milan is going to find a spot to sit that has not been already been claimed by a cat.
This takes some doing, but you were able to find a spot, which is now your lap is a spot that is claimed by cat. Oh no.
Yes.
Now you're never getting up again.
Yes.
Also, one of the few places that is completely untouched by any of these cats. There is a small, shrine and altar that is in the main room of the house. And Repose clears that off and sets his personal reliquary into place and secures it on the altar.
As you do so, the door behind you creaks open slightly. And here I thought it was good manners to introduce yourself before getting back to your labors.
Oh.
Is that your mom?
But Auntie, to return to one's labors they must have ever ended.
She rolls her eyes.
Oh, shit.
Oh, damn. That was smooth.
Mm-hmm. Lovely semantics. She kind of looks over at the rest of them, sees Obsidian's hand. You let one of them try to say hello to Chief, I guess.
Yeah, it's Q-Cat.
She smirks. Not the usual reaction, but you seem to be the sort that would make it. Looks back at Repose. The actual direct familial resemblance is pretty apparent. Much like Repose, she has very, very, very pale skin, but unlike Repose, where his is much more like porcelain, hers is like a thin layer of translucent skin over apparent veins and blood that are kind of give her a reddened flush under the skin that move around just as her blood is circulating and as the essence within her is moving. Her hair is shorn down to a bald cut as well for monasticism. And her robes are, very, very simple. Even beyond Reposa's level of asceticism, there is almost no markings, no real anything aside from a strip of red to represent the essence of fire. She is looking around and looks at Repose and all of the cats, who don't so much avoid her as they prefer Repose's presence. So I suppose you have a good reason for returning then, and I don't think it was mopping up your residence. How long has it been since you've actually been here again?
And he will sigh and bow his head. Too long, Auntie.
Too long indeed.
I trust Grandmother has informed you of recent events?
Yes, she has, though I was hoping to hear them from your mouth first.
He doesn't have any words for this, but yeah, there's body language of yeah.
So, she says simply, kind of scooting a cat to the side as she takes a seat herself. I heard tell that you met with one of our local problems that has moved in as of late and survived to tell the tale, as did, I presume, this would be your hearth who will be traveling with you? She gives each of the people in the room a solid gaze, one by one, and wow, this woman's gaze is intense. This is like kind of a stare straight through you kind of lady.
Yes, Auntie, these are my hearthmates. These are 3 of my hearthmates. Our 5th is about the area. He is prone to wander. As wildflowers will.
Ah, that sort.
We met by some fortuitous coincidence on the eve of my first engagement with the problem.
You don't have to entertain me by pretending that such things are coincidences, young Repose.
You can hear the quote marks around fortuitous coincidence, that this is a category of miracle.
She's still chastising you because she can, but yes. She leans in. I heard tell from your report that you were able to recover some of the artifacts that were involved with the incident, but not all of them.
We were lucky to escape with anything.
She looks over to Obsidian Shield. Give up read intentions, actually.
As soon as Obsidian Shield spoke up, Angler very quietly treads down on Obsidian's foot.
Hold up. Hey, this is my job.
Yep. Anybody?
My job.
Remind me, read intentions.
That is perception socialize.
Okay.
Oh shit! I'm wearing steel boots. That might hurt more than I thought. Oh, too late.
I'm fine.
It's Obsidian. You're fine.
You have to wear the steel boots to get him to notice.
Hold up.
Yeah.
Yeah, anyone who wants to read intentions on her reaction to that may.
I don't think I need to.
Oh shit! I actually okay. I need to. I forgot to actually mark down the charms I bought. Un momento.
I'm gonna offer up perception martial arts. Which slap is about to happen?
Go on, two dice stunt. Okay.
That look appears and defensive nerves immediately light up in repose of just, okay, block high, block low.
Horizontal throat chop.
Watch the read here.
Is this the defensive one or no?
This is the This is the
No,
rock or scissors.
I'm going to make read intentions not on her but the cat to see if Ivan can given permission to pet.
Oh, you don't have to pay.
Okay, this is only for trying to figure out intimacy. All right, so this is just a hard.
This is basically I'm using read intimacy slightly more liberally than the base rule set does for reading someone's immediate reactions on occasion. So
Okay.
But yeah, that is its default use.
All right, so would that apply to this?
Yes.
Okay. I'm looking at loyalty reading meditation.
Which one does that do exactly?
When she reads intentions to discern an intimacy based on an emotion, the intimacy penalizes the target's guile as though.
Oh yes, that applies.
Okay,
that'll apply.
I will be using that then.
Mm-hmm.
And then this is a 10d10. Yes.
As you look at her, you don't get the exact training that Repose has and the exact reflexes, but you do realize that you have made a dire mistake. As one of the most high, you can immediately tell just from the subtle shift in her eyes and the shift in her posture that she took deep offense to being interrupted without you being directly speaking to you. And her intimacy that would be applying here is that superiors and the elders must be deferred to. And you just violated that, and you get a non-combative but certainly painful horizontal throat chop to the neck.
I see the attack coming and I flinch none.
Yeah, no, she doesn't bother pulling it when you don't flinch, but it is enough to make your voice box kind of sore. And she just kind of gives you a nod.
Can I make a resistance roll to just I see it coming, and instantaneous resistance roll to just tank the hit?
You want to flex?
Stamina resistance, yeah, and 1 die stunt on it.
Okay. Just double checking my my points there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay. Damn. You hate to see it.
You're not sure if you see a flicker. You don't.
Oh, wait. Hold up. That was 1 die stunt.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That's a 4.
She doesn't react when she pulls her hand back, and her face is pretty still, hard to read. But you get the sense that she's mentally thinking, well, at least you can take the hit. Because she clearly understands that you understand what you just did and why she just did that, gives you a nod, and turns back to Repose. It was the armor that you left behind, I heard.
Of the pieces, it was the better suited to provide some bulwark to cover our retreat.
And I assume you provided that bulwark for the sake of your companions and not yourself.
Again, there is wordless response of like, yes, Auntie, you do understand everybody, yes.
Mm-hmm. So, she nods. I do respect your willingness to dive into the jaws of oblivion and attempt to defy what was clearly a combatant above your own level. I am merely disappointed that, even if it was for the sake of your bonded hearthmates, you did not fully commit.
What do I roll to keep myself from speaking out again?
That would
probably... I roll to smack him on the foot again with my heel.
That would be oh god, I know exactly what that would be in World of Darkness, but I need to look at the fucking stats again for Exalted.
Or this might be a situation where you just roll your willpower rating.
Yeah, this is probably just a raw willpower roll, which is 10. No, wait, wrong sheet.
Would that be
that is your cap, not your total right now.
Okay, just say my willpower D10.
Yes.
Okay.
While Nubia's putting this together, what is that cat that was different doing right now?
That is a non-success. That is a 1 success.
You are visibly biting your lips to not talk, but you are able to keep it to yourself.
Okay.
She clearly gives you kind of a sour side eye, but as long as you're not talking, she's okay with that.
A small comes out of Obsidian.
This would be the extent of there might visibly be blood. Like I might be biting my lip that hard.
Mm-hmm. Actually, if you're bleeding, she would steeple your fingers. I give you permission to speak, Master... What was it?
Obsidian.
Master Obsidian. You may speak.
In all due respect, though the armor was lost, your nephew, I assume, did admirably... Pardon?
She nods.
Did admirably... making sure we all escaped so that we could come back stronger and defeat whatever it was that attacked us that day. We were not ready at the time. We will be ready next time.
Auntie, I will make no excuses for my failings in this affair. My inexperience has been revealed. I can offer only that I have shown before the enemy that even the least among us will not falter in the face of evil.
And that is precisely what I can ask for. The fact that the full lesson was not illustrated is something that can be forgiven, I suppose, given the ideas expressed by Master Obsidian. It is true that we are very low on our assets in terms of our ability to effectively resist such force. It's merely hard to go against tradition, I'm sure you understand. And certainly would have been preferable to have returned with all of the armor, even if other costs had to have been paid. After all, what is one life compared to such powers in the hands of the Lord of Oblivion? They could go on to end far more.
Should they dare to set it against us again, I shall pry whatever beast they mobilize from that shell.
as you must. She turns back to Angler and Milan with... You can't fully describe it as a sincere smile, but you feel like it's the most sincere smile she could put on in this current situation. As for you, if I am not mistaken, you come from the center?
You are correct.
And yet you have already raised no protest traveling with my nephew, coming here. Clearly he has entrusted you with much knowledge.
His knowledge has been most agreeable.
I'm glad that you find it that way. And I should hope that you would take my nephew's trust with grave seriousness and maintain it.
I give a solemn nod.
Angler is intentionally being very quiet, but yes, nods along with Vaneve.
Very good. Turns back.
Receiving frankly unprecedented amounts of compliment from anyone in his vicinity, Repose has allowed one of the cats to actually sneak under his hand. And he is unthinkingly just gently scratching its head.
Mm-hmm.
You look down, and it's the little gray cat from the rafters above. How did he get down here? You didn't see him move.
Strange.
Your aunt kind of steeples her hands together and in thought. While your arrival did interrupt one of my prayers, it is in a sense a sort of fortuitous timing. We did have some news from below regarding some information that was going to be passed to your ears in person, if possible, as soon as you were available to show up. And it is quite fortuitous that you are here. And I would like... She kind of looks at the rest of the hearth, thinking, exactly how involved are they? That was a...
Though I have... Yeah, I'm taking a moment to form a response here.
Sure, that's fine.
Though I have made no attempt to initiate them into our ways, they have at no point failed to answer the call to serve in battle at my side. I would call none of them civilians, and each of them righteous in their own respect.
They'll be fighting alongside you against the creatures of the dark.
I have spoken... Well, alright, so this would have slipped in before it would be interrupting Auntie. I have spoken properly the name of the undefeated in their presence. They have my trust.
That gets her first genuine warm smile. I see. Well, certainly in that respect, if they are going to be fighting alongside you in the name of Sol Invictus against the creatures of darkness, then I suppose it's only right to show them what is on their side, what they may count upon to support them, as they support you. She stands up. Come, Repose. We shall be seeing our ancestor.
I am ever at the service of our line. And again, unthinkingly, as he is walking away, his arm kind of lingers near small gray cat long enough for it to get a grip on his sleeve and sneak up onto his shoulder.
cat hitches ride.
I have been adopted by another cat, so I must not move.
The cat
The next
may
phase
be
of
a
your
cat.
training.
Yep.
The cat may be a cat, but the cat also knows not to fuck around with Auntie Azar. So when the cat realizes that Repose, Azar, and the rest of the humans are leaving the building, it does not want to be the reason that you are denied what Azar wants out of you, and gets out of your lap.
Bye, kitty.
It gives a little chirp as it goes.
I've been adopted. And I follow.
Okay. So
the question arising in the audience of what like your orthodox mainstream stance on sun worship would be: 1, don't, but also 2, it's complicated. It's the comparison I would draw would be to how in the Egyptian pantheon, like the old Egyptian religion, divinity is a very political thing. Like every king ends up going up and becoming a god. So there are gods that are still there in the pantheon, but decline in importance during different eras. Like, Ra is still god of the sun and very important, but in, like, late Egypt, Ra is a weird, senile old man who is there ceremoniously, while Osiris is the real boss, because some gods fell out of favor and others grew in power. So there's still somewhere in the footnotes recognition that, yeah, the king of virtue, the golden boy, yeah, that's a thing. He doesn't need any holidays, he doesn't ask for them, don't worry about it.
He's already perfect. We don't need to do anything for him.
He's a very nice boy and is like sworn brother to each of the 5 dragons. It's cool.
He, like, again, he's immaculate. He's perfect. He doesn't need mortal prayer. That's just gonna fuck with him.
His holiness is expressed through the chosen heroes of the world, us dragons, and not those other things who are clearly fuckers who profaned his name with their slanderous brigandry.
Mm-hmm. So, the group approaches the tomb, and Azar goes up to the front door, clasps her hands, gives a short prayer in the old realm, which Absolute Repose knows by heart, and it is effectively asking for forgiveness for breaching the gates of the living and dead. They, technically it's not allowed, but, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do.
Repose as a follow-up that is part of this when he is present. There's every ritual where the boss has something to do, the heir has some secondary thing to do when present.
Mm-hmm. So, after the follow-up is given, she removes the stone rod from within the door and hits it on the ground loud enough that, man, that thing is heavy. That must be several hundred pounds. And she just kind of moved it like it was just a standard doorstop. And pushes the equally, damn, those must be heavy stone doors inward into what the rest of the group are, depending on their expectations, either surprised or not surprised to find is a very sparse and just very understated tomb. There's only a couple of engravings. There are some old reliquaries and remnants of older clothing, place for a weapon mount that is currently absent, and a sarcophagus at the far end of the room.
You can recognize much of the art in this room as having been present, but not yet colored in Repose's body carvings.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So,
take the 5 steps over the threshold, and I'll go ahead and provide a bit of a hook here with some dice.
Yeah.
Let's just do a quick awareness.
I'm also doing something real quick on the side, so apologies.
How do you feel about a 4 in terms of noticing anything out of the ordinary here in the tomb?
Well, first of all, your ancestor's sacred weapon is not in its sacred spot where it shouldn't be moving outside of things where weapons would be needed to be used.
Mm-hmm.
Second of all, the sarcophagus has been disturbed more recently than usual. There's no real coating of dust on it. It looks like there has been a recent actual in-person communion between the living and the dead recently.
And he will probably take exactly too long to connect the dots on here before we proceed.
Yeah.
We've been invited in along, or have we been told to stay outside?
You've been invited in explicitly.
I'm going to just seeing Brother Raposa's steps, try to mimic them in a sense of like I'm also trying to be respectful.
Okay.
And just so what should I roll for that? And how well do I mimic
dexterity athletics, I suppose.
Okay.
1 dice don't on it.
So like I attempt the 5 respectful steps.
You can see Auntie Azar kind of glancing over her shoulder, and from the look in her eyes, it's not contempt, so that's probably as close as she's going to get to approving. So, the effort is appreciated kind of look.
I know not to piss off ghosts.
Azar lays her hand on the sarcophagus, says another short recital in the old realm before shifting it aside. And under normal circumstances, opening the sarcophagus would only show the body of Gently Whispered Praise, the ancestor of this temple complex. With the proper invocations and the proper activities, it opens up to a stairwell. Azar takes her steps down it and makes no gesture, but Repose knows this is where you follow.
It is not often that we open the stairs, but
This is a all hands on deck kind of meeting thing, and the rest of the group would be allowed to follow.
This is not a morning meeting. This is a proper meeting.
I'd follow.
Yep.
Yes.
Old man is still just up there looking at the sky.
Yeah.
Old man is keeping Chief distracted, and that's extremely valuable.
Yeah. Repose knows the chief would probably have been stalking him around the complex if he hadn't gotten bored and done something else. You're not sure what, but it's got his attention.
Most of the other cats congregate in the heir's house because Chief is less prone to intrude there.
Oh yeah, also I fall down the stairs.
Okay. So I don't have a fancy map for this one, so it is just going to be a representative map of just dialogue happening.
Basically, to continue filling things in here for the sake of the audience, the idea here is the cats have a habit of smelling out who the next heir to the line will be, and will start hassling and otherwise being about them.
Being cats at them.
Yes. With varying degrees of intensity. So basically, young Repose got to endure young Chief deciding that you might be the boss, you might be the next boss. And in response to maybe trying to complain that the cats keep mauling him, being told, oh, that's good luck. Wait, where did they bite? How many bites? Very good.
Auspicious. And almost done setting it up. As you descend, it is at first like descending into any sort of other catacomb burial site, until the blocked out, immaculate masonry carvings begin to give way to rough-hewn stone and cold as you descend further down into what opens up into a modestly sized antechamber with a lot more grave goods. It is hundreds of years of tribute and an entire centuries-long life of personal possessions and their reflections are down here. You could spend probably 2 or 3 hours, or many days in Repose's case, meticulously learning the history of every single thing in this entire room, down to the most insignificant carvings. Not that Repose has done so or anything. And at the far end of the room, sitting in her, what Repose can recognize as one of her seats from the vision with Skinman, at a small table, is the Grand Abbess, his grandmother. Pestletail is already taking a bow all the way down, like knees and head.
Yep, full body supplication.
Would the 4 in the back go for that as soon as they see that? Or, like, how quickly, if at all, would you in the back go for that?
When I see Repose doing it, I'm going to have a small internal debate, like, I like Repose, I think. I'll just be respectful to him.
Yeah.
And do the same thing.
This is like talking with Matriarch. You be polite.
Yeah, the only thing that's especially out of the ordinary for the high society folks here is that there are ghosts at the table rather than living people, mostly. Otherwise, like, yep, that's a clan meeting hall.
This is important to a Hearth member, so it's important to me.
I know how to do this.
Yeah, this is Milan. You are like immediately in your element. This is any number of meetings you sat in with Grandma.
Bow for precisely 6 seconds, no longer. Okay.
What do I do?
Mimic.
Yep, there's Boss, there's everybody else. There sure is a vacant desk up next to her that definitely belongs to Repose.
Do I sit at that?
Like yeah, off to sides. There's
that chair.
There's like Living Boss and Air have positions next to
you. Take that chair.
Dead Boss.
This Banner is very rapidly under his breath explaining exactly what to do to Yang.
Is this an elbows on situation certification? Elbows on table, or do I have to like
not until the meeting is started? Then you may place your elbows on the table.
Okay, cool.
Oh, for the love of the sun, just get up, she says over Repose and his heads to the 4 in the back as they're whispering to each other.
And everyone apologizes for having insulted grandmother in unison, perfectly synchronized. Like it is just with one note.
Reflexively just snap into an apology.
Like it is a note of monastic chant of just sorry.
Nice.
As an aside,
she sighs and rolls her eyes, but doesn't correct them because she knows that'll just get them caught in a loop. But go on.
I was going to say, as an aside, before the movements or anything are even explained to Yang, Obsidian is already doing them.
Mm-hmm.
Weird level of depth, the Obsidian shield.
He does have that high social intelligence.
He's done this before.
Well, he's a traitor, so obviously
natural friend of people intuition.
Mm-hmm. He knows how to talk to people.
Gross.
But yeah, praise is just like, you may all sit or stand as you find comfortable. And she gestures, and there are a couple of seats for the living across the way.
Repose will make his way over to his appropriate position.
Mm-hmm. There. Just have that visible.
Obsidian stays standing.
First of all, I would like to thank you all in your services towards my line, though you share no blood and you share no creed. Second of all, I would like to personally thank you for preserving the life of my grandson, Absolute Repose, who so valiantly put it on the line in the defense of creation. She kind of shoots a look over towards Azar, who shifts almost imperceptibly before shifting it back, her gaze back to the other exalts. I trust that my grandson has entrusted you with the information about our sect at this point, as well as general information of our plans and our thoughts.
A nod is given.
Yeah.
She leans in a little bit and thinks. I speak knowing that I cannot necessarily break the bonds of a hearth that have been made, nor can I speak above them, but I do speak as a superior. If you are not willing to fully support my descendant in this fight against the work of the Abyss, I would rather not have you attempt to fight at all. This is not a struggle that can be won with an empty heart, or even a heart half full. So what I ask is for wholehearted dedication in supporting him whenever these matters arise.
In all honesty, you didn't need to ask.
Her smile kind of crooks. It's always good to get it in, well, if not in writing, then out loud. She looks at the other three.
He is my hearth brother.
If we don't take care of it now, it will be a problem later. I will not let that happen.
Pragmatic. And you? She kind of... Her expression as she looks over Yang is hard to read, even for Repose. It's clear that she's holding some sort of observation to herself.
Yes, hi.
Would you be willing to give your all, including your life, to support my grandson?
Are they assholes? The people I'm fighting?
The biggest assholes you've ever seen in your entire life. We're talking...
Yo, let's go fucking get him.
She kind of chuckles to herself.
Tear it all down, baby. Make something better.
You've certainly found a collection of characters, my grandson.
Was it so different in your time, grandmother?
Wait until you meet the last one, eventually, when that shows up.
Someday, if old man ever has a reason to come inside.
Accepted any plot hook.
I mean, maybe one day.
All right, old man, you don't want to make contact with the ground, but what about just being underneath the ground?
Show
Put the ground and sky trade places.
That's the worst idea I've ever heard.
She said,
if old man was underground, would he refuse to touch the ceiling?
Yes.
Fucked up.
This is a werewolf on the moon situation, you know it.
If old man was underground, would he refuse to touch the walls? This is important. I need to know.
This is a werewolf on the moon situation, and there's no answer to this question.
Would that be fucked up or what?
If two men were underground and one of them killed the other one with a rock, would that be fucked up or what?
Need to rejostle my brain back into... I would say it was not so different in my day, although There was certainly a lot more overt alcoholism in a certain case, but she kind of nods.
Flashback to when Repose was unpacking his stuff in his house, and there was a not insubstantial number of empty wine jugs that were carefully set on shelves.
Mm-hmm.
Milan flashes back to the amount of wine that is always at a House Beneath meeting.
Yeah,
Yang is just thinking, nah, man, it's still the same. I'm just like smoking every day.
So she thinks to herself, frankly speaking, we are at the point where I'm confident in saying that this tyrant has not openly declared war on us, nor accepted that challenge as a declaration of war from us. However, I feel that it is almost more dangerous that this is the case, as he is still acting in an unknown capacity. We have narrowed down his movements and his activities, and we have confirmed that he has... She just kind of thinks to herself for a moment, before turning to Repose, Weaver's pets, before turning to the rest of the Earth. There is a certain long-standing enemy of our house that has dabbled in occult activities that may... How to put this... may have been...
Repose is, if there's hesitation, as Grandma thinks about how to articulate thing, Repose is ready to, just slide in and offer helpful words.
Yeah. She gestures.
Among the warlords of the dead, which is a phrase that Repose will use at every opportunity and never dignify any of them by calling them Death Lord.
Yep.
Among the largest of brigands. The Weaver is renowned for his skill in architecture and geomancy. He is a sculptor of lands, of structures, and of creatures. The underworld, while it contains some shadow of the blessings of the earth, of the All-Mother, lacks firmly defined polarities as creation does. And this offends the Weaver. It has been his longest and greatest work to seek to impose such order upon the world below.
Create surrogates. And twist those that are above to serve as incarnations of the below. Centuries ago, he was far more successful than I am comfortable with ever having to have faced. Not only was he able to transform a lesser dragon of the elements into a version of itself more suited to the underworld, he was able to use it to empower something not unlike ourselves as the dead. The fact that he has never seemed to replicate that process or that success is both something that I take as deep comfort and deep distress. Perhaps it was a one-off fluke, or perhaps he simply grew bored with his experiment and decided that it was a dead end. The fact that he is active again and sending his creations into the world once more, the first time in centuries, does not fill me with any sense of hope for that remaining the case. Whether or not he resurrects his process of creating his so-called memorial exalts, or if he finds some new and dire way to twist the living world to his own ends, I can only imagine such goals would be the reasons that he would be dallying with another warlord of the dead. She kind of says with a half smile towards her grandson and his own servants. The nature of those servants is something that has been consuming most of my time since the Fall of Thorns. It is my understanding, and it is an understanding that will not leave this catacomb, that the Neverborn found some way to speak through their servants and relay to them the secret of corrupting the sun's blessing. These abyssals, as creation's inhabitants have named them, are the return of the Sun Kings with none of their redeeming quality. They are everything that the sun turned his face away from and condemned them to die for. They are, categorically, the greatest threat to creation, period. She looks up at the ceiling for a moment as she thinks. The fact that their ability to twist these blessings returned at the same time that his son turned his face back to creation certainly indicates something. Perhaps the recent sightings of the lawmakers and the lawgivers indicate the sun has taken such grave offense at the corruption of his magics that he has sought to reprise his former hopes in his own ability to influence the fates of man directly. Or perhaps it was the other way around. Perhaps Sol Invictus gained hope, and the Death Lords immediately moved against it. These mysteries are likely going to be beyond my grasp for as long as it takes, for whatever fate that claims me. Regardless, I say this to impose upon you the gravity of the situation that my grandson has so nobly dragged you all into, she says with a visible smile. Not a mean one, but like just, yeah, you're all in it.
My feelings are unchanged.
Good.
You can see in her that this is absolutely not the first time that this has happened. This keeps happening. Here we go again.
Yes, she is. I've actually been trying to get that across.
Another grandchild has found an adventure.
I've been trying to get that across in the voice acting of how many times have I had to go through this. Not this specific situation, but a grandchild has just gotten hooting and hollering off somewhere.
There was some past time when Auntie was over in this chair, and some other uncle who used to be in this chair was berating them for their failings.
Yes.
Traditions.
Tradition! Anyway. She leans forward, and I say all of this not to dampen your spirits or to frighten you away from this duty, but to prepare you and to also give you context for some information that very recently occurred. She turns to Absolute Repose. I have gifts for you. And now it is a very mischievous smile on her face. Azar looks somewhat confused, but
I feel like Repose starts to go through the motions of the usual giving of thanks and will not get a chance to finish before this begins.
No. As you open your mouth for the thanks, the ghosts on the right side of the room get up and literally grab Repose from underneath the armpits and shoulders and lift him up off of the ground as ghosts from further back in whatever complex this is comes through the back door, carrying parcels that have been wrapped in velvets and other just opulent grave goods and cloths. My son, you've never been one for accepting a gift without what some would say is the proper amount of respect, but in honesty, I would like to skip the formalities this time, especially considering the magnitude of what I'm providing you, and let's just say that this is a necessity as much as it is a gift.
Grandson, you're too humble. Take my gifts and stop apologizing.
Repose has completely gone limp in the grips of the ancestors and is awaiting trial.
Milan has nailed it. Milan recognizes very insistent family members bulldozing over a shy child when Milan sees it.
Open your Christmas gifts.
And the ghosts begin to unravel and unwrap a set of what is at once ancient looking and yet new as yesterday, for like formal parade armor almost. It is well, I suppose this is your artifact. You might describe it, Loon.
It is still clerical, but it is absolutely it is an outfit more befitting someone of the rank that Repose actually has in this organization. Yes. Repose dresses like a weird beggar vagrant, and he is being forced to put on the outfit and defend the world. It is light artifact armor. It is mechanically it's chained, so it is concealable under the regular outfit, but he is being forcibly suited up in a bunch of reinforced white jade plating. Well, white jade bits, mail, small strips, reinforcements. There's probably like a medallion with an emblem that is part of the protective value of this. Yeah. And finally, after all of it has been very theatrically placed on him, a hat.
The hat.
Very officious looking hat. Nice little white jade pentagram on the forehead. Very official. Very protective. No one ever wears the damn hats except when we're actually going into battle, but we do have hats. Remember your hat. Care for your hat. Do not misplace your hat.
Now then, now that you are more befitting of your station and what you deserve as one of my descendants, the ghosts plop Repose down like a limp fish back into the seat.
He's very reluctantly starting to attune the armor. Just kind of vibrating in place.
And she looks at him. You may give one litany of thanks if that relieves the tension, but the rest are not necessary. She looks back to the rest of the hearth.
Hey.
Now then.
Hi.
Repose has already begun the exactly one ritual he has been permitted.
There was a second.
Those available, he has chosen the longest single one that can be called such.
It is clear that both Auntie Azar and Praise
no one is
noticed
surprised that Repose has done
just
this.
like,
Oh, good. It's not just with us.
So
He did that when I gave him that sandwich.
there was another gift that I felt was more suitable to be given to both my descendant and his associates. The way she says gift is a lot more derisive than what she was referring to the armor for Repose. She gestures again, and a ghost from the back brings out what appears to be a piece of parchment paper envelope from the living world. It is not made of grave goods. It is tangibly of life. Sealed with wax and a seal that you don't recognize, but it certainly looks like some sort of important political seal or another. Actually, no. Roll me intelligence bureaucracy to see if you recognize.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, can I roll bureaucracy?
Yeah.
Hold on a sec. Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not using any
Typing
of my
mine out.
bonuses.
And Milan?
Yep.
Oh,
That's
was that
bureaucracy.
I'm just reading what the excellency specifically is. Reroll 6s until they cease to appear. All right, that is eight successes.
Angler recognizes it as the sort of style of seal that you would see out in the 100 Kingdoms. There are usually some shared imagery, some sort of shared, generally posturing and imitations of each other around it. Milan instantly recognizes it as one of the legible seals for the Fallen River Province's bureaucrats. It is not a specific one, but this is like from the official offices of the Fallen River Province's government.
Mm-hmm.
She hands the letter out towards Repose.
Repose will convey it along.
And whoever would take it and open it.
Shall receive it.
All right.
And open.
The seal is broken, and inside are 4 sheets of paper. One is clearly wrapped around the rest of them and is of a completely different style of paper and ink, so it is probably what is meant to be read first. The letter, unwrapped, is short and simple. It is written in flowing calligraphy and stamped at the bottom with the same steel you used to stamp the letter. To the defenders of creation, I beg your forgiveness in my inability to identify myself more personally than I am beyond the seal provided on this letter, as it would both endanger my own position here and my ability to serve you, as well as potentially jeopardize any number of other operations that I have in the area. Regardless to say, I have been watching your progress, and I have seen that you are this region's greatest hope against the anathema that are wandering it. Therefore, I have been, over the past 2 months, carefully and quietly using my position to attempt to intercept letters that have passed through my city as part of the plots of those you oppose. With exceptional care, I have been able to copy down extra copies surreptitiously of 3 communications between your enemies. I entrust them to you and the information that they contain in the hopes that you will use them to continue this righteous struggle against the creatures of darkness. Humbly, your friend.
All right.
We have blood
And
marks.
I just glance at the 3.
So-
Do these look addressed or relevant to anyone here?
They're all written. Well, actually, 2 of them are written by one hand, and the other is written in a second hand. And glancing at the first 2 written in the same hand, glancing at the bottom, that's sure signed Tyrant. So
What language are they writing in?
the language that the Tyrant letters are written in is Riverspeak, actually. And the third letter is written in what appears to be High Realm.
Oh, I can read Riverspeak.
Who is this High Realm written by?
The High Realm letter is very short and very direct. Have received update on activities in 100 Kingdoms. Unable to leave post long enough to avoid suspicion. Support being provided where I can. Project with disease ongoing, shows promise. Interference will not occur. Countermeasures have been taken. And it is simply signed with a cross.
Sounds like we need to do some interfering.
Ooh, that just makes me want to cause problems on purpose.
What if we went and caused problems on
Like,
purpose?
more so than usual. I was already going to do that.
All right, what do we got in the Tyrant's mail, though? What kind of
The Tyrant-
mail does Beam Man send? How loud is his handwriting? Do you think he tries to write things with the Beam Gauntlet and it ends up really awkward?
How do you type
Does
with
he
that
use his
thing
other
on
hand,
your
Beam's
hand?
hand?
You are actually surprised. You know what? Roll me fucking perception linguistics if these are actual questions that the people looking at the letter.
I want to
are-
know about this guy's handwriting. I'm a boxer. I know this is important.
Yeah.
As was just mentioned, how do you type with boxing gauntlets on?
I want to peek over and look at that as well.
I can't
The Tyrant's handwriting.
Go ahead. All right, so those who gain a lot of successes.
Calligraphy and swordplay is the same as I keep trying to tell the people who try to drag me away from my writing desk to punch things. Writing is boxing. Shut up. This is practice.
The hand that the Tyrant signed letters are by is, at first, kind of hard to parse. It is slightly crooked, and the best way you would describe it is maybe self-taught. No practical education in letters. However, the actual measure of control over each letter is incredible. It is meticulous and exacting, and almost every letter, with the slightest changes here and there from micro errors, is exact. It is nigh perfect levels of control. And Angler can tell from the spacing specifically used in the letters and how the pen would have to be held while using the letters. He is right-handed, and he is probably writing it in armor and still making it look incredibly composed and controlled and well drafted.
I was going to make the joke he crosses all of his T's in the exact same way, but he does.
He extremely does. Yes, and yeah, as someone in chat just said, his E's are weird, but they're all sociopathically identical. Yes, dead on.
He writes like my general used to. Okay.
The first letter is addressed to Emperor Hateful Eyes of the Empire of the Bronze Axe.
Hold up. I'm gonna need the big map again for a second.
Sure thing.
Because I need a refresher course for my brain.
Axeman is like...
New frog detected.
Local fjord.
Oh, weird. Just gonna say, maybe Obsidian is very interested in this letter.
Yeah, that sure was already on the to-do list. Bronze Axe.
Yep.
Anyway, continue.
Emperor Hateful Eyes. I hope that this letter finds you and your subordinates well. I write to you as an emissary of the Lord of the Dead, Mask of Winters, ruler of thorns, and surveyor of all that he sees. I speak to you not as a conqueror, nor do I speak to you as a backbiting politician, but I speak to you as a potential ally in this region. I speak to you as someone with a vested interest in what you do best: death. You seek to solve your problems in this region, but you do not have the power behind you. This power I can provide you. This power I can give you, if only the death that is in your wake is sanctified in my master's name. Wonders I can provide you include artifacts, legions of the dead, advice from long-dead generals, and the power that all those around you have and yet slip through your own fingers. This letter,
the power of franchising.
I can offer you merchandising.
All this and more I can give you, and I would take none from you but the meaning of your dead. Should this offer find itself agreeable in your mind, the method by which this letter has been conveyed to you has a method of contacting me back. You may feel free to reject my offer without fear of consequence, but I sincerely hope that you realize that I offer you unlimited success in your efforts. And then just assigned Tyrant. If you look very closely, Ruby Gauntlet is actually written above Tyrant in smaller text.
Oh, that fucker. I know him. I shot his hand.
Give me like a perception linguistics roll again.
Okay. All of us or just one person?
The people reading the letter. The way he writes his signature almost looks like he intends the people to not see the words Ruby Gauntlet. He prefers to go by Tyrant and is obligated to use the whole name.
The rest of the name was inflicted on him, and he tries to downplay it.
Oh god, he's a bureaucrat. Okay.
Yeah,
he knows. He knows.
I don't like being called Red Hand Man. Red Hand Man is a really dumb name. The Tyrant part's fine, but the Red Hand part is dumb.
I'm cool with being called a tyrant, but god damn it, my boss gave me a stupid name. The second letter
A jet of flame ascends from the depths of the underworld and carves into a giant stone slab. I have no further patience for these remarks about my ruby hand.
For such occurrence.
So the second letter is written addressing the Jade Orchid Prefecture and Prefect Sinus. First name is not actually used in this letter. Prefectus. I write to you as an emissary of the Lord of the Dead, weaver of the loom of flesh. I speak to you on behalf of my master, knowing what you seek is stability, and that the greatest threat to your stability lies to your north, beyond hateful eyes. I speak to you with an offer of protection. I speak to you offering only that I have the chance to speak with you diplomatically over such matters. I can provide you protection against whatever magics that the Empire has scrounged up in desperation to protect itself from you and the God's Breath River people. All I ask in return is a few modest concessions. Those can be discussed in person. I have a method of contacting me by means of the way the letter has arrived to you.
2 houses.
And again, the signature.
This conflict has 2 layers.
Many sides.
Well, the 2 sides are the Empire and the Jade Prefecture.
Many sides.
But yes. He certainly did write 2 different letters to 2 different sides of a conflict using the names of 2 different Death Lords.
Sounds like a fucker.
Stirring up trouble. Okay, we can possibly use that.
Alright, I suppose we take the subject back to the tomb then?
Yeah, you would probably be asked to read it aloud or convey that information. And the whole time as the tyrant's letters are being read, your grandmother's face just sinks and sinks into a scowl before she steeples her hands and then puts her face in her hands. Just
Gang gets to read all of these aloud.
Yeah.
You better fucking believe I do.
Gang is the best at impressions.
She is mumbling to herself in a dialect of Old Realm that no one, even if you knew Old Realm, would understand but Repose, because it is very specifically a time and place of the South. And it is... Boy, that's a lot of cursing. That is a lot of actual... That is a lot of curse words that you did not ever hear your grandmother use. You don't know what those mean, but in the context of the rest of the ones that she's using, they must mean something filthy. She straightens up. So, our opponent is not declaring war against us, but is seeking to stir the embers of war amongst our neighbors.
That sounds bad.
Even if he is using 2 names, he is certainly taking a play straight out of the Masks textbook and trying to stoke such conflict while profiting from both sides. What is he doing? What is his goal? Who is he working for? He has taken every pain to avoid having the Mask learn of his involvement with the Weaver. And yet the Weaver does not appear to care. And yet he's acting as though he's acting in the interests of the Mask, using the Weaver's tools. Something's not right here. Something is not right here at all.
I'm nodding my head like I know anything about what the hell she's talking about.
She looks at Yang and recognizes the look of, yeah, I understand. He understands nothing and just kind of nods sympathetically.
Repose is also nodding reverently with the similar but like slightly turn-wise energy of trying to forget just how vulgar he just heard his grandma be. just compartmentalize all of that.
To put it bluntly, the Death Lords are the warlords of the dead, or whatever you want to give their proper names, or their improper names. Pardon me, she says to Angler and Milan's direction. They get along about as well as drunken dynasts in a party hosted by their worst enemy.
That checks out.
No pardon needed.
The idea of them working together, even as a proxy, no, their odds are at complete odds. The Mask wants to expand his holdings and gain more purchase and more land and more empire, and the Weaver has been content to sit in his laboratory for 800 years and do the Sol Invictus knows what. Something that this tyrant is doing caught his personal attention, and it's something that he doesn't want the Mask to know. What is he doing? What is he hiding?
How many layers of bullshit do you think he's on?
Too many.
Who handles his mail?
That was what was curious to me as well. It implied that whatever conveyance that the original letters were going to their intended recipients had some manner of return function, whether it was a direct messenger, although it would strike me as difficult to reliably intercept a messenger that a Abyssal would traditionally use, unless it was a member of the living.
Hi, hello.
Hmm?
Here comes Obsidian leaning in, staring at these letters. I want to read intentions on these letters.
Go right ahead.
Mainly looking for two things. One, were we meant to find these letters? And two, if not, what the fuck is their plan here?
So you do remember that there was a letter in front of someone who intercepted the 3 letters, yes?
There was a letter. Wait.
The first letter was,
there was a letter from a spy who acquired these and gave them to us.
Yes, correct.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that.
Yeah, that's what you're looking
himself.
at.
All right, roll me read intentions.
Yes, thank you. Would that just still...
That would be the normal read intentions roll against a guile that you are not aware of because you're trying to read it.
Okay.
Actually,
basically, with writing, you can take a social attack and just store it on an object and send it somewhere. So you can still respond to any, like...
And I believe if you have a better linguistics, you can use that as part of your defenses and...
of what... my socialize is better, but would socialize work for this?
Yes,
it doesn't. Okay. All right, so this would just still be charisma socialize.
Yes.
And would actually hold up. I need to read a different charm. Wait, I got the big thing of charms. I just need this for no emote usage.
Okay, linguistics takes the place of appearance for the calculation of offenses. That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay. All right. Would loyalty reading be workable for this? But I don't know what the guile I'm trying to hit. Yeah, okay. That's what I figured. Okay. Then I will be spending wait, let me remind myself what the mastery on maxi sessions on social rolls. Wait. Okay. Yes. All right. Then I'm just gonna add 2 successes to this. Oh, you hate to see that. I'm adding willpower. That's 4 successes.
Okay.
Me, but my dice pool is so big. How could I possibly fail?
Dice pool. You scrutinize the shit out of these letters, trying to find any choice of words or any turn of phrase or any hesitation in the brushwork to give any sort of input into the mindset of who wrote them. You can certainly be assured that Tyrant did not expect his letters to go to anyone but his target audience. He would not have formed them so rotely, so similarly, so by formula, if he knew that a party was going to see both of them at the same time. That is not something that someone trying to actively scheme for a war between 2 provinces would probably do. That would just be a measure of care that you would take to not do. The letter in High Realm, fuck if you even know what's going on with this one. It is just terse, to the point delivery of information, no idea what's going on. The letter from your friend at the front, you are not entirely sure what to make of it. It explains remarkably little about how he got these letters, beyond the fact that he had access to them somehow. If this is a he, this is me using a pronoun in the general sense rather than he or she. They are more like, how to put this? If anything strikes you about it at all, it is very earnest that it does want you to know these letters exist and to act on them and to go through with actually doing this thing of defending creation. But the constant uses of, like, calling you the defenders of creation and the nobility of your fight against the creatures of darkness almost reads sarcastic, for lack of a better word. There's something to it that just kind of sits a little smirkingly.
And then the follow-up roll on any further information I've gotten from that. I want to roll wit plus war.
Okay, for what are you trying to figure out?
I had like an idea here. If there was any, like, just would be analyzing the map, analyzing everything else, and analyzing the importance of these 2 factions, of why would they be trying to pit them against each other? If there's anything else that isn't immediately obvious other than just invoking chaos.
Just having a quick think about putting them into the context of what we know about current events.
Yes. My war is 3. So it'd be 8, and I will be spending 3 motes on this to make this 11 die.
Okay.
Yes.
Sweet Jesus. Pardon me. 10 successes, huh? The Empire of the Bronze Axe is an empire run by a mortal. Therefore, he is surrounded by Dragonbloods. Therefore, he's probably scared out of his goddamn mind and trying to find any form of leverage that he could possibly use. Therefore, if he is offered the power by somebody who seems to be legitimately backing up that offer of power, he's probably going to grab it. And once he does grab it, his neighbors are immediately going to be afraid that, wait, oh my, hold up, you're punching above your weight class now, what are you doing? And would be less immediately suspicious of offers of help from, let's say, shady sources, if they were morally dubious to begin with. So they would be already on the back foot and listening to okay, what's going on here? There's something going on. There's a conflict that I'm not aware of, and I need some sort of ace in the hole. Hey, look, a letter that says there's an ace in the hole. It appears that Tyrant is reading this tense political situation that is likely already a powder keg if he's trying to come in and poke it, and is trying to frighten the other side of each side of the conflict. He's trying to make both sides of the conflict afraid of each other and provoke a arms race and then have them fight each other.
He's trying to be the spark to ignite the powder keg.
And as for why he would want that, he directly told the Empire of the Bronze Axe what he wanted. He wanted the deaths of that war to be sanctified in his name. Which, in short, would be, number one, be power, just raw power, and probably a way of just bolstering his armies of the dead, and second, Shadowlands deployment. And
yeah, he's building an army.
He's building an army, and he wants places to deploy it from the underworld to the land of the living. And what better way of doing that than starting a war that you don't really have anything to do with?
Any mass casualty event is of use to the undead.
Mm-hmm. It is clear that he likely just doesn't give a single shit about either side or how they feel or what their politics are or what they're doing. He just wants people to die. And this appears to be what he thinks is the easiest conflict to spark right now.
And he's probably extremely right.
Yeah. No, like with 10 successes, you're almost certain that
this is going
this is going to directly with 10 successes, this is going to work without outside intervention.
Yeah.
We have a vague sense of a timeline of how long it would probably take for it to get into motion off of that.
With 10 successes on war, well, so there's planting season coming up, so even a warmongering idiot is probably not going to be interrupting the agricultural season. So the closest time to a mustering of a war effort is probably going to be during the growth season, probably in Earth. So you have a couple of months, maybe, at the top end. That's assuming that there isn't an X factor of, I will give you an army of skeletons to go kill everybody else while they're planting in the fields. At which point the timetable could be a lot shorter than that. But you will have the feeling that it would still be somewhere in the matter of the shortest case scenario is less than a month, but more than a week or two.
Even if they're dead soldiers, they still need time to muster.
Logistics need to happen even if they're dead.
Raising an army of skeletons sounds easy until you actually try to collect that many bones in one place at one time.
Going in the same direction, getting them all there in the first place, having them all equipped.
Ensuring the bones are armed.
You have to talk to the Scriveners Guilds.
Mortal auxiliaries are properly conditioned to not freak the fuck out.
Skeletons are properly conditioned to not freak the fuck out.
Yeah.
So
bones are more skittish than you think. They're used to being completely enveloped in body.
While we're poring over these two letters, I'm poring over this very dry, very terse one.
Okay.
Because this is written like legal bureaucratic legal correspondence. It's very short, direct.
Sure.
Here's the information. This is what I know, because I would like to roll re-intentions on what is the most important bit of information that the writer of this is trying to convey.
Roll me a 2-die stunt, read intentions with bureaucracy instead of socialize, if that's higher.
Okay.
Because that is an extremely good question.
And meanwhile, in a rare act of actually using the authority that he has in this room, Repose has walked up to the Grand Abbess to just, quietly whispered by her side to raise the question. And how did these reach us?
They appeared.
All right, Repose has a mystery to ponder.
So the correspondence is wet.
Hmm?
Were they wet?
No.
We have a few allies in the area. Yeah. We have a few allies in the area. I'm curious.
It was a matter of during the rounds of one of our monastics, the letters were not on a table, and then when they turned and passed by again, they were on the table. As for Milan, the best guess you have of the most important piece
Actually, no, I'm spending willpower to get 5. Give me as much information as you got.
Well, then it's also depending on you are fairly certain with the extra success that the most important piece of information in this letter to be conveyed was that the plague project, or however exactly I phrased it, is going to be undisturbed because other inconveniences have been dealt with. Things that would otherwise ordinarily interrupt it have been dealt with. Was the most important thing this letter was going to convey. Was something was going to get off the rails, and whoever wrote this letter is either aware of something that stopped it or personally stopped it.
What I'm thinking is either something was prevented from entering plague area or something was sent to plague area to prevent interference.
Yeah, that much you can't guess, but...
So somewhere there would be a paper trail of movements either to plague area or from plague area, and it's all a matter of whether or not those movements actually occurred.
Presuming you can find whatever paper trail this mystery letter that appeared out of nowhere came from, yes.
Yeah.
I'm curious if they went out of their way to stall teeth.
It's useful information on the whole, but I can't help but feel like it's too useful. If you know what I mean. I don't trust half of this, but it's also the kind of thing that we can't ignore if it's true.
Well, it's like a shell game. We have a lot of problems in the area around us. What better way to hide what needs to be hidden than to show people who are actively trying to solve the problems important things that need to be done? What else in the area is a problem that is trying to be hidden? We don't know. That's the problem. So...
Well, no, don't.
Oh.
Don't is being hidden.
Does that mean it's going to be attacked?
In an unprecedented second rare act of actually operating as an official at this clan meeting, Pose is actually going to talk to Auntie about, also, by the way, may not have managed to come up in other things. There's a fucking second circle demon sleeping under a local swamp.
There's a fucking... What? She literally screams as her aura flares up and she temporarily bursts into flames that gutter out into smoke.
Oh, is that a big deal?
I give a silent and rapid nod. Yes,
Pose flares up equally in response. Just, right?
And Praise is just in the back, like, staring. Like rock still staring.
How do people live in this country?
No, you like, you have literally never in your entire life, aside from the times that she has lost her temper at you directly, seen her this composure shattered.
I want you to
tell me what the fuck that thing is, why it is there, how it got there, and what we are doing about it now.
Everything is all available information is being provided.
Yeah, I would actually. I don't know if it's necessary, but I would have wanted to make a socialized roll to just explain it all eloquently.
Well, I can offer up a presence assisted by my specialty in de-escalating things.
Yes, yeah, that seems like a good idea because she seems like she's about to commit violence on an inanimate object any second here.
And these are all especially sacred inanimate objects that should not be hassled, so...
Oh, fuck, I should have used... I have a resistance specialty when she chopped me in the neck. Fuck, piss. I gotta remember these things.
If I don't have the presence specialty yet, so just... Here we go, dice. There we go, dice.
You are able to remind her of where she is, and she sits down, visibly sizzling and smoking.
Okay, I will offer up some framing for this as well. That while Repose, for his own sake and personality, maintains, his serene outward calm, Repose is also mad at this and is in an environment where he doesn't feel bad being the second loudest person in the room. Like, as he, emotes a remarkable degree, there's a crack and, a crack noise, and a fault line appears across his forehead as he's just kind of right? And he's leveling out the entire briefing on everything they know, and every step of the way there is punctuation with cursing and brandishing and appropriately righteous and divine threatening words.
In general.
And they together make their way back down to the normal level of energy of the room by agreeing that we are both very upset.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, at this point, Grandma's reaction has genuinely gone from kind of shock to just yeah, that's my grandkids.
So, I do want to reiterate, it is currently bound in place by its own self, so at the moment,
as long as nobody touches it, it can't
Do you
escape.
understand what not only humans, but exalts and the divine are really bad at? Not touching things.
We're very well aware of that.
Yeah, we almost touched it.
Very well aware of that. Yeah.
I'm particularly aware of that.
That's the 6th member of the Hearth.
Old man says about something else at a different... Old man just felt the need to scream this. That was the correct time to say it.
That is our revered elder of our Hearth. He's not comfortable with the ground.
I've gotten the old man to come off of the mountain for multiple days in consecutive months. These are strange times, Auntie.
She just stares at you with the same expression you must imagine she had when whoever told her that the Solars are back 5 years ago. Same kind of face. What?
He's been a help.
I mean, also, the Praise is probably old enough to actually know a pretty good amount about the old man of the mountain, if she wanted to.
Oh, yeah, that's why her face is what? Praise is probably the NPC I have demonstrated thus far that knows the most about you.
Old man's usefulness. He is the only reason we are all alive after facing the gauntlet.
He managed to breathe the other day. It's quite remarkable. Using the appropriate secondary word for breathing, that is channeling, invoking. He's spirited.
Yeah.
He deflected the gauntlet.
Auntie and the Grand Abbess are both just kind of running their hand down their head at this point, just sure, okay. Okay, yeah, okay.
So, he might not vocally agree to it, but yeah, he's down with, this.
If there's one thing I can trust him on... Well, there isn't anything I can trust him on. If there is something I can approximate trusting him on, it is living what he defines as a spiritually pure life. And the mere presence of things like abyssals, I think, would offend him such that he would find ways of addressing them in his own singular way, with or without our Hearth.
Old man's gonna punch an abyssal.
Old man's gonna shoot lightning at... No, you're lightning. Old man's gonna clap at an abyssal.
I have no direct damage to single target thing.
Nope.
Old man's
Old
got to
man
learn
doesn't
how to
do
do the
that.
beam.
Listen, if I could learn how to do the beam, we have gone to a level of power that old man should never have been allowed to be at.
The old man with solar circle sorcery is like, well, I'd stop running the game because what?
Old man has got to learn a low-level equivalent of the beam.
Old man using the beam would extremely be a tele moment of, well, that's also how old man died.
And I'm dead. Bleh.
I can do this.
I died.
Once.
It's going to be very impressive. Once.
But yes, the abyssal exists. It is a problem. Not until we know. It's a problem that should be dealt with.
Yes, I would say that, Azar says, still literally slightly sizzling.
Repose is starting to reestablish his facade appropriately, just kind of smoothing out the crack in his face.
And yeah, for chat, there is a terrestrial version of Beam. I'm pretty sure old man doesn't know it on purpose.
I have the main reason why I've not touched any of those is that they are extremely specific in how that they are described, and I know that I would be allowed to reskin them, but I feel no need to.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to get the obsidian butterflies because I don't think old man would ever summon up a swarm of obsidian butterflies.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are rocks. His mortal
Yeah.
enemy.
What about wesps, though?
Bees!
Those ain't bees.
But what if you cast, like...
Bee.
just cast bees?
I cast
Anyway.
bees. Nah, I'm good.
Yeah, it's fine.
So,
Should the Order see fit to mobilize against these or any future threats that should choose to arise in this of all seasons, I shall of course answer the call and stand aside my brothers in battle. At this time, it is perhaps prudent that I and my Hearth investigate these matters to better inform such a judgment, and perhaps, heavens willing,
She nods.
mitigate? Repose just spends a while trying to find a correct word for help? A mild enough word for how little he thinks he will be able to prevent this, but yeah, good.
At seeing the actual nature of why Repose is struggling for a word. Help, grandson. You're looking for the word help. Perhaps assist or save. Which is rather like hearing Santa Claus declare that Santa Claus doesn't exist. But
Now that I can get into.
You want to talk about a god we need to beat the shit out of? Let me tell you about the Yule Man. This weirdo who breaks into people's houses every calibration, steals their shoes.
and yet they call him a saint.
Throws
Praise
charcoal at children.
I don't know. I think Santa Claus is a good vigilante.
So I'm thinking we should probably deal with Plague first, because that's the one that sounds like it's more actively ongoing and not, hey, here's an offer of power.
Praise nods. It's likely that whatever offers he's been making are either currently in the works or have been recently sealed up, depending on the timing we have. And there will be more work afterwards. Meanwhile, we don't know the full nature of whatever this plague is, and Repose understands exactly why she literally cuts off mid-sentence there and just has to, start remembering breathing for anxiety. That would be my highest priority, yes.
We believe elves may be involved. That is the preliminary information we have on that region.
We did find numerous evidence of elf.
Of course.
Cube.
Cubes occur in nature.
Oh, we should probably explain that. We found the remains of a Fey behemoth that had been dealt with by. And I just gesture at creation.
Repose is seething about Cube.
Turn to him, gazing bullet holes straight through him, like, and we heard about this when?
It was an eye and a crab. It was nothing. Teeth. Didn't clean one of his homes before wandering off.
Azar, it's just... And you still
they
found...
They had nearly returned to the earth of their own volition.
And you still
I set them to rest.
To not mention that you found a dead behemoth?
Milan really needs to learn how to not tell people things that make everything worse for people. He's got to learn to not be an accidental snitch.
But it is apparent that Repose received no instructions about retrieving relics and bringing them back here for examination. It is interred at a secure location if it is of interest to any of the Order. That falls into place again. Oh, am I supposed to bring treasure home? Why didn't no one tell me to bring treasure home?
Did we take Cube with us? No, we interred it. That's right.
Cube is buried.
Cube is interred. But yeah, no, it's just yeah, it's very clearly a moment of, God damn it, we didn't spell it out exactly for him. Fuck. But they look back and just... So, Raksha devised plague. Praise mumbles. That rules out a number of opportunities and possibilities, most of which I'm happy to see off the table. Certainly complicates the nature of dealing with them or even identifying it. It is going to be remarkable if it has the politeness of showing up as one of the remotely recurring and identifiable diseases that those beyond the veil sometimes play at. Either way, something that is supporting an incursion of the wild that can manifest as a disease insinuates that there is a wild incursion of its own that is able to self-perpetuate. Which on its own is a problem that needs dealing with in a very short timetable, lest it become a much bigger problem. Therefore, I reiterate that I believe it is the top priority of this order, frankly, let alone your hearth, to deal with that. Therefore, your hearth will deal with that while we deal with the rest of the priorities. Am I understood?
Which one are we dealing with?
Plague.
Ah, okay.
I mean, yeah, that seemed pretty clear.
Good. I expect a report back whenever you have information that is relevant and whenever the situation is dealt with.
And also, if you find anything, looks at Brother Repose. Sorry.
Was that in character or out of character?
That was me joking as gently whispered praise.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if that was Milan actually giving in character.
That was not. That was Milan.
I laughed, but
that
would have been the third time you've thrown someone indirectly under the bus.
No, that was Bradway pantomiming gently whispered praise.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
According to your judgment, it shall be done. And Repose will have some ceremonial rounds to do before quitting the meeting. Just, grandmother, I shall endeavor to visit more often.
She reaches out and gives you a hug, the first physical one that you've had in maybe years. And she just kind of gently nods. I will appreciate it, even if it is for business. I do always love seeing you. Azar, meanwhile, is decidedly less cuddly in reception.
Auntie, as the titled battle permits, I will continue my training.
From your report, it sounded like you had grasped several new precepts of our style, and for that I congratulate you.
You accept this?
She nods.
And to just the rest of the assembled ancestors in the room?
She does interrupt you right before you do that.
Hmm.
Though you do use our venerated ancestor's staff, I still believe a Guandao would be a better weapon in your hands. It's just a personal bias that she has because she uses one and is very insistent that no, it's better.
I have yet to meet an adversary which I feel deserves to be cut, only crushed, driven from creation. If you would like to introduce me to one, by all means.
She just kind of smirks, but then lets you gestures to let you speak to the rest.
The final boss does always use a Guandao of a Kung Fu movie.
Mm-hmm.
My honored ancestors, I go now to do battle in your names and to carry on our legacy.
They all bow their heads to you.
There's a bit of a pause for him, and then as I go, may you shield me from the temptation to, in pursuit of righteousness, act too quickly to join your ranks.
Repose's back is turned, so he's unable to see the reaction of Azar in praise. His hearth, however, can see that Azar pulls a face of... Contempt is a little too strong of a word, but irritation at the backhanded denial and pushback against her. Meanwhile, Praise looks quite smugly satisfied.
Family, I will make any attempt to not fucking die on this mission.
Oh, family politics.
I will not put entire self into the fire. Yet.
Ant, but what if you did, you fucking coward?
Just do it!
Die for a cause!
Well, later.
Beginning to see why Auntie is staying here at all times, so she doesn't throw herself into said fire whenever she gets the opportunity.
Someone in chat mentioned that she's very similar to the Immaculate version of the fire aspect, and yeah, no, that's on purpose. She's extremely, I must keep control of my shit or I will immediately go off the handle.
Our sect is rooted in a bunch of the same principles that inform the Immaculate Doctrine. We're just not politically aligned with them.
Yeah.
She's staying here so she doesn't Leroy it?
More along the lines of, so the first thing that doesn't make me angry doesn't make me wildly overreact.
Gotcha.
Be sure that when she fucking explodes, it is in the face of the thing that most deserves her wrath.
Yes.
Taking it out instantly.
Mm-hmm.
The hate is stored in the balls.
You can't just say that out loud.
Well, as a doctor, though, is that a medical opinion?
Yeah, it is.
Oh no.
What do you know of
Hatred is
humors?
stored in the heart.
What the fuck would you know? Did you go to school?
I know of the humors.
I didn't go to school either at school.
He does know of the
Did,
humor.
actually. Well, not like official school, murder school.
I went to underground doctor school, which is not real, but it is
As you
real.
will allow, we take our leave. So all throughout this,
Thank
the
you.
cat has remained perched on Repose's shoulder, just keeping in position all of this, carefully watching everything that is going on, but otherwise staying composed and calm.
Yes. And
Slightly
on the way-
spooked during the shouting session, but it held its ground.
Mhm. And in addition, on the way out, as kind of a closing bit of the session, we move to the monastery. The group all moves back out towards the outside. And as Repose exits the building, there is a brief flash out of the corner of his eyes, and reflexively his calves tense like steel, as he knows exactly what's coming when he sees that blur of that motion at that height, at that speed.
Yes. This was inevitable.
You let down your guard, you fool. And yet,
Or did
Oh.
I?
the small gray cat plops down off of your shoulder with controlled, measured grace, directly in front of Chief, who, in a moment of confusion, skids to a halt as the small gray cat regards the immense, murderous, undefeated champion of the East and swats him once on the nose, not even using the claws. Just like, stop it.
No.
Chief stares at this small cat and its enormous act of defiance in about as much confusion as the patrician had when it looked at Yakuman. And just kind of
pretty
turns
confused.
around and leaves. Not even like running away or running and sulking, just like a reset is just like, well, oh, fuck, oh,
Fine.
bye. Okay.
Very impressive. There's a respectable cat you have there.
The small gray cat walks up to Gold Man, looks at him, and immediately bumps heads against the Geta.
Interesting. It bonds with people in a way that I would not expect it would.
Why? It's just a cat.
Repose
How?
will approaches again.
It seems a lot smarter than that, is the problem.
Cat just gets back into position.
Yep, gets back on your shoulder. Headbutts you on the side of your head.
Repose gives, a bit of his usual sigh of acceptance, and the cat actually mimics this sigh back to him.
Mockingly, almost.
If you insist. He gets
purr.
a scratch on the head.
Aw.
It's a purr and another nudge on the head.
Buying a familiar.
There it
I was
is.
gonna say,
Custom
what a
of the
good
house.
familiar.
Is the name that you chose earlier still applicable?
Yeah, I think that still holds up. This is Mode.
Moat, the cat. He's small.
Atom. One
Wow.
cat.
So we have cat that can stay with ship?
Yes.
Oh, we must introduce cat to horse.
So 3 of us now have some kind of thinking extra thing attached to them.
Yes.
Okay.
Look,
And we're gonna have to get working on this.
I already warned you all that I'm all for fucking NPC Katamari in my games. Anyway, let me pull open my notes and give a description of what Moat can do as the familiar. Because as a 3-dot familiar, he, as a cat, does not justify that dot price, so he
Yeah,
comes
so
with
the power
extra
scale is 1 point familiar is a clever but otherwise ordinary small animal, like, a cat, a dog, a bird. 2 points, you get into, like, an exceptional small animal or an ordinary large animal.
Which
3
is
points, your familiar
is
is outright magical and has itself some special mutations and tricks.
2 dot is what Stalwart Daughter is. Her notable thing is she's just a very good horse.
She's a horse without the downsides of being a horse, which is...
Of which there are numerous and many.
You're not dealing with the average equine anymore. She has gone beyond and fulfilled the legend of an adequate horse.
Something that could only be found in creation. A horse worth it.
Moat has the standard stat block of a cat, including the 2 latent abilities that you can unlock with animal trading that are currently locked, because he has not had any formal training. He has 3 unique abilities, and I will go in the order that I find them the most funny and interesting. The first one is wall walking. Moat can cling to, as well as walk or crawl across walls and ceilings. Ceilings and inherently slick surfaces with little perches count as difficult terrain. Spider Cat. Second, of the 2 custom ones that I made for Moat, on request, Basking in the Sun's Embrace. Moat may pay 2 points of willpower. To note, Moat has a total cap of 4. To exactly pinpoint the location, number, and identity of any creatures of darkness, material or immaterial, within medium range. The precise nature of each creature of darkness is apparent to Moat, visible as auras of darkness, thorns, green flames, or other effects as appropriate. These can be seen by Absolute Repose while borrowing Moat's senses. Any effect that disguises a creature of darkness's nature is opposed by Moat's sense pool with Absolute Repose's essence, so currently 2, as automatic successes. Cat can smell Dumoids.
It's a good cat.
And Alive, Dead, and Bloody Furious. Moat has the downright bizarre ability to transcend not only the limits of stealth while unobserved, but also most of the laws of creation regarding where things can and cannot be. If Moat has not been mentioned as being present in a scene, and his precise whereabouts have not been established recently enough to prevent doing so, he may spend 2 points of willpower to enter the scene in the most disruptive manner possible. Both the master and the storyteller may activate this ability, but any chaos that ensues will ultimately be more beneficial than harmful.
Little is certain about this cat.
I am very glad that multiple people in chat understand why I named that ability.
No, only. Moat's a good cat.
Cat goes and does what it pleases. And what it pleases is Absolute Repose is a pretty cool guy.
A tall friend.
So yeah, Ghost Blood Cat. Available, able to partially violate causality when not looked at, and hates Dumoids.
I can get behind that cat.
Moat is a cat.
We have information.
Next time, following up on our leads, new cat, new friend, and new allies? Question mark?
Who is Yaku Man?
Who is Yaku Man?
Is your friend Yaku Man?
Could that be?
That's going to be a real awkward conversation when we get back.
I'm going to bring up Yaku Man as much as possible.
Good.
Whenever Yaku Man is not on stage, people should be asking, where's Yaku Man?
There's a hyphen between Yaku and Man, please. There's a brand.
Next time.
Next time.
Next time.